to get help. Alex, to just move the mics around. Let's quickly introduce ourselves. We've agreed we're a small group. We can get to know each other, and then we can get started with that.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Nick Emden from Gatsby Africa.
Good morning, I'm Svandiar from the World Bank here in Nairobi.
Good morning, my name is Peter Lehtinen from FAO.
Marco Boscolo, FAO in Rome.
David Cheboriot, your host from E4 Impact.
Jonathan Jenkins, Centre for Ecosystem Restoration, Kenya.
Bernadette, E4 Impact.
Sam Donga, FAO.
Eric from MESPT.
Rebecca from MESPT.
Karaya from WRI.
Walter Lohibori from FinFund Nairobi.
Stephen Truta from Skyline Circle.
Hi, I'm Celeste and I'm from FAO Rome.
Philip Kisoyan from FAO Kenya.
Good morning, Peter Njoroge from Motor Hope Capital.
Good morning, Scott Geller from NIRAS.
Hello, good morning. I'm Sharon Mosi, Naseli, Africa.
Good morning, Elizabeth Wangashi, Family Bank.
Good morning, Ronald Nabwera, Family Bank.
Good morning, Amos Amanubo from the Global Landscapes Forum and C4 Aircraft.
Nyambura Karita from Gatsby Africa.
Good morning, my name is Anita Kamakil from Nyayo T-Zones.
Nashen Krau from Kerio Valley, Brusago.
Eke Leonard from E4 Impact.
Good morning, Geoffrey from Seli Africa.
Jonathan Muriuki, Global Evergreening Alliance.
Morning, Justin Cassia, E4 Impact.
Okay, I'm John Gugi from E4 Impact.
Is there anyone who we have not gotten to learn? Anastasia, please.
Anastasia Shikina, FAO.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and karibuni sana. That is Samuel who's just walking in from WRI. So Marco, please, welcome, and just give us a bit of an opening background. Why are we here, and what has been the progress?
Thank you, Isabella. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome. And yes, I prepared a few slides just to give you a little bit of a background about this AFR 100 program. Also, a bit of background of why we're here and what we hope to achieve with today. What is this? Okay, to move forward. Great. And just to tell you a bit about myself, I'm a forest economist. I work with the forestry division in FAO, in headquarters, where what I do is basically try to make sustainable practices more economically attractive. Because if sustainability is not commercially viable, it's not going to get done. We need to make sustainability more rewarding than unsustainable practices. That is basically what I do. We make restoration more sustainable. I like to say that restoration that pays is the restoration that stays. Not just planting trees, then forget about it, and a few years later, we're back to where we started. So it makes the restoration more sustainable, and also it permits the mobilization of additional finance. Oops, what happened there? Okay. There are 4 components to this program. One is to work on the enabling environment. Policy aspects, I don't know, this morning I was talking to somebody about the importance also having a conducive policy environment. That is one of the areas that we are working with. There is a second area of work which is about restoring landscapes where really commercial viability may be not so possible. The third area is where I would like to focus today, which is around enhancing value-added innovation and business development, and also finding the financing for that. And the fourth area is to increase the capacity of local communities to monitor what they're doing, to communicate what they're doing. On this third in the program is an outcome. We have 3 work packages included. The first one is this incubation and acceleration program. Yesterday there was this matchmaking event. The idea is to help early stage enterprises or even a little bit more advanced enterprises to be much more investment ready to catalyze more finance for restoration. A second activity is to more actively engage financial institutions. Hey, Jack. And it was very interesting for me to hear yesterday that financial institutions says, well, we also want to be engaged in this incubation and acceleration program because we have our own criteria, our own requirements. If we are involved in this training, actually, it's better for everybody. And the third one is to set up this blended finance working group. And we had a first, this blended finance working group has these broad goals. One is to increase financing, find solutions to increase financing for restoration-linked businesses. Another goal is to provide feedback to the country projects and recommend pathways so to improve bankability of these businesses, and also to help governments, mobilize additional resources. I want to share we had a first expert meeting hosted very graciously by KfW last November. We had a number of financial institutions, KfW, FMO, DEG, the World Bank, FAO's own investment center, some asset management companies, and we adopted at the time Chatham House rules, which is a suggestion I would have also for the meeting today. In order, Chatham House rules means that anything that will be said will not be attributed later. It will be recorded as a key idea maybe, or a key challenge, or a key complaint, or whatever, but nobody will say who said it, okay? This is to facilitate conversation, and I'm really hoping that even we're not a big group here, we keep this kind of conversational. Everybody feels comfortable with sharing ideas, comments, feedback, so that was the first meeting, and this is the second meeting. I just want to say, okay, this is the participants in the first group. Some of the issues with the restoration finance that we talked. I'm not going to repeat this because yesterday we covered this, and for most of you, I think they are pretty much well known. Some of the feedback that they provided to the program are summarized here. One is that we really need to think beyond the business per se, but really the business operates within a value chain, within an ecosystem. And it's very important for this financial institute to understand these value chains. Which are they sustainable? What are their prospects? How they can grow? How we can make them more competitive? So to have a focus on value chain development besides just the enterprise development. The second one was to really rethink the way we are using grants. We used to say, we give grants so that we can do things that we cannot finance in other ways. But to use grants more strategically, to really support long-term sustainability, also use grants as a way of mitigating risks, to have business models that demonstrate that restoration can have, can be commercially viable. How do we do that? When we met, we also were talking about using carbon markets, biodiversity markets to improve the revenue profiles of some of these businesses, but there were many others ideas. And anyway, having clear restoration business models important to reduce transaction costs. And the last 3 points, to provide, it's important to aggregate projects. Many of these funds that we discussed at that time, Eco Business Fund, World Initiative, Mobilizing Finance for Forests, they can mobilize money only when they have a minimum ticket size. So from 10 million, how do you go to the local guy who needs, or woman, who needs maybe 100,000, 200,000? So it's important to aggregate. It's important also to work with intermediaries, both financial and non-financial intermediaries. And like we did yesterday and like we're doing today, to provide dialogue between financing institutions and restoration businesses. So this second point, to facilitate engagement and understanding with financing institutions, was highlighted as a key topic, let's say, for these blended finance discussions. And that is why we're here. So why we're having this meeting? These are some of the questions that we put together that I hope will direct our discussion today. The first one, how do we scale and accelerate the involvement of local finance institutions in forest restoration? That is question number one. Second, where are the opportunities for the DFIs, the development finance institutions, and the global funds to support forest restoration? Third, are there some win-wins? Obviously, this is a big challenge. We're not going to solve it individually. Partnering is one of the key solutions. And what are the opportunities, the win-wins, the mutual benefits from local finance institutions and DFIs? And for the EFR 100 program, this is a bit more of a, for us, how can we help? How can we facilitate to make this happen? I think maybe I have a few slides just to say, but you have the agenda here, the way the day is going to work. We're going to invite Sam right after me to share an assessment of local financing institutions that he did for us, key findings, key ideas. We invited Gatsby to share with us a little bit what are the business opportunities in this sector, and David to share with us a little bit the key outcomes from yesterday's discussion, right? We're going to have a break. Then we're going to hear from local initiatives by financing institutions. What are they doing? How are they working with DFIs? What opportunities do they see to scale up their engagements? We're going to have some commentaries and perspective from international DFIs. We're going to break for lunch, and then in the afternoon, we're going to look at concrete options. What can we do concretely? So that's all I have as background. Before I give the floor back to Isabel, maybe any question, any clarification question, any quick feedback? Don't be shy. It's important that we feel like this is our meeting, okay? It's not FAO meeting or for Impact. This is for all of us. You have a question, maybe it's not directly related to what was said, but I really hope we can also, tackle this. So I really encourage you to feel, yes, Scott. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Great question, and congratulations for breaking the ice. So the FR100 program operates at this point in 6 countries. Kenya is one of them. And each country has available about 5.5 million of support. And it's not much, as you can imagine. So the idea is to focus on some critical landscapes. And there has been a lot of consultations where it's Kisoyan here. So just that out. Anyway, the FAO team has engaged with the other stakeholders and identify the Kerio Valley as a key area. So the incubation and acceleration support and the provision of catalytic grants will be primarily directed to enterprises that are either operating in the landscape or they are maybe not there but sourcing their products from this landscape, so that let's say the market signal that we want to give promoting restoration is in this particular landscape. Thank you. That's very good. Any other? Yes? Yes, Panda?
Marco, what are your, at the end of this effort 100, what are your key KPIs or outcomes? Forgetting that you're supposed to restore 100 million hectares, but just in terms of the program, you say that you succeeded.
Yes. So we have our KPIs. I had a slide on that and I decided to cut it, but I think we have for each country maybe 7,000 hectares restored and 20,000 put under restoration. We have some KPIs associated with business development support. These are the ones that are more related to these sort of commercial aspects, but there are other strengthening institutions, and yeah, there's some other ones.
Is the other angle linked with restoration and is avoiding deforestation?
Yeah, this program is not really about avoiding deforestation. Yes, there are. I know that restoration is a very broad concept, which includes this, but this is about taking ecosystems that have been degraded, that have lost productivity, that could be brought back to more productive functioning. Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Yes? Jeffrey.
Are you deploying the funds directly to the enterprises, or you're doing it through intermediaries, in this particular ecosystem? Thank you.
So, great question. At this point, so FAO, the way we are able to work, it's only through the provision of grants. So, and these grants are primarily to local communities, producer organizations, SMEs, enterprises. We have some eligibility criteria, selection criteria. They need to have a positive restoration impact. So that is, at this point, the focus. But maybe we can talk more. We are also looking to develop some new mechanisms that would enable us to even provide some funding to financing institutions, but that's a different thing, and happy to talk more about it. But thank you, that's a good question. Yep, please.
Thanks, Marco, for the wonderful presentation. I'm just trying to find a link between, the movement has been very successful at the micro level, the microeconomy landscape. What is the game plan for moving that success from the micro landscape to the macroeconomy, now that we know there is a lot of shifts happening in traditional development cooperation? How can we make a case for restoration through these kinds of initiatives at the macroeconomy so that we can start to speak the language of policymakers and also, large-scale investors? Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask Petri to take note of this question because I hope, it's a big question, that maybe throughout the day we will have some, let's say, elements that we can, but that is the ambition. Of course, globally we're trying to promote a more sustainable bioeconomy. There's a lot of discussions going on, greening the finance sector. There are so many aspects. So it's a big question. I cannot answer it like this in a way. But maybe throughout the day, and it's an excellent question, we should keep it in mind, see if by the end of the day maybe we can have some ideas on that. Thank you. So let me stop here. Isabel, can I give this back to you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco, for the insights about AFR 100. And I think he gave us an excellent payoff for the program. Restoration that pays stays, right? Yeah, and the importance of working with the community, because that is where we need to start creating change. Thank you very much. Sam, you've already been semi-introduced. Sam has done a lot of work in supporting the program behind the scenes, just looking at who is available and are financing this space. So he will talk to us about who are there in terms of financing the restorative value chains in Kenya. And we'll also take a couple of questions, and I think he has a presentation. Karibu, Sam.
Thank you. Is it still morning? Morning, everyone. So I'm going to share with you some highlights of the study supported FAO to undertake on the financing ecosystem and restorative value chains in Kenya. I won't go into details of the program because Marco has already introduced that. So really, the goal for the study was one, to try and map out the financing landscape in Kenya. So really looking at who are the financial institutions that are there, the regulators, the associations, what policies are in place, and what industry initiatives are there, related to green, restoration, climate, sustainable finance. For some, sustainable finance, covers all that. For some, so really just try to broaden that. Two, also try to identify what are the financing mechanisms for restoration finance that are in place in Kenya. And even if they're not focused on restoration finance, can they be repurposed to support restoration finance? And then the other thing, also look at key challenges and opportunities for restoration finance, and then propose recommendations around policy, industry, and any other interventions by development actors. So this assignment involved a very detailed literature review of material around that space, and also very targeted stakeholder consultations with about 8 financiers, 3 business support and TA providers. And the way I've classified them, some people may classify these institutions differently, but broadly speaking, really spoke to financiers. So these are people providing capital in one form or shape, whether it's grant, whether it's debt, equity, business support and TA providers. So these are actively engaged in supporting entrepreneurs, through business development services, technical assistance, and then market catalysts. These are involved in intervening, in addressing barriers and bottlenecks within the value chains. So it could be guarantee, risk-sharing mechanisms, could be incentives. As we all know, Kenya is home to quite a number of financial institutions. I think probably one of the most developed market in the Eastern Central Africa region. Quite a number of DFIs call Nairobi home, impact funds. We have commercial banks and an array of specialized financial institutions. And I think it's important to set this so that then as we're talking about why is there a gap, what are the challenges, then the question is why are these players not actively engaged in the space? And so the other thing also is in terms of a pretty well developed regulatory framework, in terms of governing how banks, microfinance, and credit-only MFIs, digital lenders are managed. Very clear oversight, from central bank for, banks, MFIs, and the rest. Very clear oversight from SASTRA when it comes to SACCOs. The industry also has got a very strong representation from a association perspective. So Kenya Bank Association, one of the strongest, representing the banks, engaging with regulators and other stakeholders on a regular basis in terms of trying to influence the conditions in the market. So what you see there is basically various policies that are in place, government policies related to green, restoration, climate, and sustainable finance. So all the way from, green economy strategy and implementation plan, all the way to the climate risk disclosure framework. I think the key question here is really whether there's room for bringing efficiencies around the policy framework. I think there's a lot of policies in place, being driven by different stakeholders or regulators. But from a restoration finance perspective, just based on the policies that are in place, the Central Bank of Kenya and the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry are probably the most important stakeholders when it comes to influencing policy in that space. So for FAO, these probably are the two most important stakeholders when it comes to trying to influence policy. Of course, you may have to work with other partners such as Kenya Bank Association and others who have the relationships, but in terms of really influencing, just based on the mapping of the policies that are in place, probably the most important ones. A couple of industry-led initiatives. Kenya Bankers has been driving the Sustainable Finance Initiative for quite a while now. Training banks and their staff, the bank staff on sustainable finance, supporting banks to implement and adopt sustainable finance reporting frameworks. They have ongoing online trainings where bank staff can be trained. I think over 50,000 bank officers have been trained on sustainable finance by Kenya Bankers through the e-learning platform. So very interesting opportunity to leverage, to ride on in introducing restoration finance within the banking system. The European Investment Bank working with Central Bank to support Kenyan banks in integrating green financing principles. We also have some programs that have already been implemented, but it was important to highlight, the Green Bond program, which was supported by a number of stakeholders and helped in terms of introducing the green bond mechanism in the country. There are a few other ongoing initiatives at the moment also that are important. One is on nature positive finance, which is being driven by GIZ through KBA. So very interesting opportunity to ride on for this topic. And also discussion around banking data classification, because one of the challenges we're facing in the industry is not being able to decompose the data within the banking system and to appreciate what exactly is going where. I think the numbers we have is that, especially if you talk about agriculture, only about 3.5% has gone into funding agriculture. But that may not be entirely true, because there's a lot of linkages around manufacturing, service, transport, and logistics that potentially are linked to agriculture and forestry that are not being captured well by financial institutions. So really helping in improving reporting is critical. And I'm hoping, Sharon, you're talking about ASELU, talk about some of the initiatives that are working, because you're part of that initiative. So again, for us to be able to know, one of the key challenges, especially when I was doing the research, is really knowing to what extent are financial institutions doing restoration finance. And if without data. We say, if data is not captured, for lack of a better word, if it's, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't get the right information in, then you don't get the right data out. So really trying to decompose that data is important. So what is happening at the moment within the banking system around sustainable finance? I think I've talked about KBA. They basically introducing the sustainable finance principles for adoption by banks. In a study that they did last year, in terms of evaluating, what the level of adoption by banks when it comes to sustainable finance reporting, I think what they found out is that most of the banks have more than one framework that they're using. UN Global Compact 27%, GRI 24%, and others. But this is reported what they're using. But when it comes to actual disclosures, if you look at their annual reports, very few banks are actually reporting what they are doing when it comes to that. And so it's mostly the tier 1 banks, the large banks, the corp banks, KCB and others, who have integrated this reporting in their annual reports. And in a certain sense, it could be also partly influenced by the type of partners they have, because most of these banks are beneficiaries of funding from the likes of IFC and others, and potentially they have these requirements for them to do that reporting. If you look at many of the banks, actually the tier 2 and tier 3, a lot of reporting, even in the tier 1 banks, it's still a lot of around the CSR activities, really, in terms of, majority of them around tree planting. And they seem to be largely driven by more of either alignment, with the tree planting initiative in Kenya, or a brand building initiative. So then in terms of the reported portfolio for sustainable finance, was somewhere between 5 to 20% of the banks that where they have disclosed this information were indicating their portfolios are anywhere between 5 to 20% to green, sustainable, and related portfolios, with ambitions to grow that further. And this classification is largely based on their own internal reporting frameworks that they have developed, with only one bank actually talking about a third party doing an evaluation and being able to classify that information. So again, it's self-reported, they've used their own internal framework, so very hard to actually, verify, unless it's, done by a third party. Most of the investments have gone into renewable energy efficiency, sustainable water management, green building, agriculture, clean transport. So again, very hard to know, has anything gone into restoration activities? Again, because this is what they've reported, the data they have, very hard to decompose. Closest loan products to forestry, basically in agriculture finance, so coffee, edible nuts, avocado value chains. Quite a number of them, and I think it's important to appreciate that have received funding from the likes of IFC for climate adaptation, DEG, Eco Business Fund, Propaco, because then these are important DFIs or funders that then potentially could provide an entry point for trying to push restoration finance in the market. Because they have relationships with these financial institutions, they potentially have influence, and then if they are able to, those are relationships we can leverage to try and push that. Pricing again of loans is not standardized with the interest margins, are applied on anywhere between 14.5 to 17.5% of their base rate. So the question is, how many enterprises potentially have margins sufficient to actually, cover their costs, cover the cost of the loan, and still return a profit again? So this is a major challenge. So these are basically base rates, 14.5% to 17.5%. You haven't talked about the margin. There's an ongoing conversation right now. I don't know that Rosalind from KBA is here. between the banks and central bank. Central bank is insisting that they use the CBK reference rate as a base rate, upon which then they add a margin. I think right now the CBR is about probably, is that 10? It's at 10%. So that's what CBK is asking. Can you use this as a reference rate for your loans? But banks have their own risk-based pricing models, which each of them each bank has their own model, and so that's where the base rates are different. So there's now an ongoing conversation between banks and central bank. Banks are pushing back and saying 10% may not be sustainable. So I think this is one of the biggest challenges so that we need to look into in terms of the cost of the capital. Again, an increasing interest in supporting women and youth, which is important for this project. So when it comes to reporting, what are some of the challenges banks are facing? One is the lack of capacity, technical capacity to actually measure, monitor, manage, and report on these topics. Also, the issue of lack of data on ESG and climate risks and opportunities. Again, limiting their ability to measure. On tier 2 and tier 3 banks, one of the key challenges, of course, is because they, one, are not large enough, are not generating enough revenue, don't have the financial resources at times to allocate resources and create positions specifically focused on this work, or basically reporting, providing reporting. And of course, lastly is the lack, failing to prioritize these risks and opportunities in their strategies and operations. Again, a bit of mapping in terms of who else is active, either directly or indirectly in Kenya, that could be related to restorative finance. I think what is important to mention here is that these mechanisms are not entirely explicitly focused on restoration finance as their sole, as a core focus. And they're also not exclusive to Kenya, but they are active in, in sectors that are, there's an overlap or with the restoration activities. The other thing was to look at, try and look at who is, as I mentioned, what mechanisms are actually active in the market. Either active in restoration finance or who actually be leveraged to support these initiatives. And the first one really is around incentives to lenders. I think Aseli has done a very interesting job around really trying to influence the behavior of financial institutions in terms of, one, going into sectors or value chains where they were not engaging in, or two, going into new regions. And I don't want to belabor that point. Sharon will be presenting on that. So as a market catalyst, they're using financial incentives and TA to encourage lending to agriculture. And there's a bit of forestry, through origination incentives and a portfolio fast loss covers. And you can see so far they've been able to mobilize over $300 million in agri lending to SMEs across the 5 markets they're active in. And so really one potential use case for their selling model is exactly what they're doing. And that's really driving the behavior of local financial institutions and impact lenders towards specific outcomes. So for instance, for this project in Kenya, we know there's very limited activity in Kerio Valley, especially from commercial banks. Again, limited engagement in restoration finance. So could this mechanism potentially be extended to actually increase that engagement and get them to go into new regions? And I think Sharon will mention, it's happened. It's happened where banks were not active in a region, not providing solutions in specific value chains, and actually are doing that on the basis of those incentives. So that's one potential use case for that. The second one is, again, financing of early growth stage commercial forestry. And this is by Kenya Climate Ventures. And really, the instruments they're using really is patient and flexible capital to early growth stage climate ventures. So using senior debt, convertible debt, equity finance, and then couple that with the TA to support growth, very tailor-made TA to support growth. And so the fund has made up of over 21 investments so far. 2 of those are in commercial forestry businesses with facilities of at least $40,000. I think one has $40,000, the other one is about $45,000. And so again, potentially a mechanism that could be further supported to increase activities, especially around commercial forestry, and supporting those early growth stage, and create a demonstration effect that commercial forestry is viable. The third one is on the micro enterprise support program, and again, we'll have Rebecca talking more about that. And really, because one of the key things is where banks sometimes are not able to go, you have the circles actively there. So in Kerio Valley, Skyline, Boresha circles have been actively engaged. They've been there for years. I think Skyline was set up more than 30 years ago. So deeply rooted in that region, deeply engaged in that region. So how do you support those localized financial institutions that are in those markets? And so again, so mechanisms such as what MESP has, providing on-lending capital to for green finance to circles and FPOs, senior debt, again, using TA, and also doing market linkages. And so far they have about 300 million shillings in outstanding portfolio. And one, providing concessional or affordable capital. I think you mentioned yesterday, you're providing funding at 6% on Kenya shillings to the circles, and they're supposed to do that at not more than 10%, which is quite affordable if you compare the rates I showed you earlier there. So again, how do we leverage these kind of mechanisms and support them to actually do much more? Because I think the reality of the matter is that not one approach is going to fulfill the needs. So we have to identify what are the various pathways we can use to actually serve the various needs in the ecosystem. The fourth one is small agroforestry financing and carbon credits. And this is also going to be shared by Mark, who is going to join us online. He did manage to travel from Rabo, the small agroforestry finance. And so there are 2 initiatives that Rabo is running. The one is a small agroforestry finance, and the other one is Econ, around forestry finance and carbon markets. Because one of the challenges farmers are facing, especially when it comes to tree planting, is access to that upfront capital to be able to invest in trees and plant trees, and then potentially over long-term benefit from that. And so SAF is a blended finance mechanism to finance smaller agroforestry with the pre-financing of trees. And then once that is done, then Econ comes in by supporting through leveraging technology and other mechanisms to basically support the verification and also basically marketing of the carbon credits, and then with 80% of that income going to farmers, and part of that also going to support in the repayment. So I think my understanding, and Mark will clarify that, SAF is just about to start the piloting of the financing, but Econ has already been active with 5 local partners recruited in Kenya, over 80,000 farmers already supported, over 56,000 CO2 captured. That landmass already covered with trees, and over 56,000 CRUs issued. So again, is there a possibility for actually leveraging such a mechanism as part of the pathways in terms of pushing restoration finance? The other thing we'll try to look at was really, so what are really the main challenges? And this is really based on both literature review as well as just the engagement with the stakeholders. What are the issues that are there that are limiting financing? And one, as I mentioned, is the issue of long-term and affordable financing. So, there's need for, patient, reasonably structured capital. But when you look at, especially, financial institutions, banks have the largest base of capital, but again, their funding has very many competing needs. So if you look at the lending, a bigger chunk is personal lending, you go into trading, and of course, the government is one of the biggest beneficiaries, really borrowing heavily in the domestic market. If you look at most banks at the moment, I think 30 to 40% of their book is sitting on government paper. So again, that's capital that ideally could have gone into the market, but then, and those are the realities we are facing right now. The government has to fund its budget. So what can be done in that context to try and, address that challenge? There's the issue of lack of investment-ready and bankable projects. I think you've talked about that, Marco. I don't want to belabor that point. And that's why this...
is financing for restoration increasing. And the only way to know that is with the lenders actually capturing this information and being able to report that information in the right form. Of course, the cost of capital, as I mentioned, is key in terms of ensuring that actually there's availability of funding potentially dedicated, to support restoration activities. And when we talk about concessional finance, sometimes I think we tend to think of it from a pricing perspective only, but also, also in terms of how it's structured. Is there a grace period? Is the tenor flexible enough? So there are many ways of trying to actually meet some of those needs. So what are some of the recommendations around the, what are some of the things that can be done? One, of course, is around blended finance. I mean, it may not necessarily mean creating new mechanisms. Could be looking at the existing mechanisms that are there and trying to repurpose some of that capital into this special finance. If you look at the IFC has got about over $800 million of funding that is sitting with banks in the region, with lenders to banks in the region. Could part of that capital be repurposed to actually go into restoration finance? As part of the climate finance initiative. So this is a potential conversation potentially we could have. So it doesn't necessarily have to create new initiatives. I think the other thing is around capacity building for financial institutions. I think it's been seen even from the pure agriculture finance perspective. If banks don't understand the sector, their perception of risk is going to depend. And so I think investing in building capacity of the banks to understand how to identify, how to structure, how to monitor and basically fund business in that space is critical. Not just bank, but any other financier who's interested in going to that space. I think we talked about potentially the project considering joining the ongoing initiatives right now in Kenya around data classification. To ensure that as this is happening, that also, the forestry, restoration, and all that related aspects are actually being captured so that when banks then adopt this new reporting framework, then we're able to actually capture this information. Of course, the other thing is around continuous policy dialogue to ensure that there's basically efficiency around how policy is being made to ensure that actually restoration remains at the top of the agenda in terms of influencing that also in terms of, because again, if you're able to influence policy, potentially able to influence it in terms of some of the flows, financial flows that come into the market. The other aspect is around supporting investment readiness mechanisms and initiatives. So not just within the program, but then what else is happening in the market that actually can be leveraged, what partners can be brought in to actually ensure that you continue to actually support the investment readiness of some of these enterprises. I think that is as far as my memory can take me. So I'll open it up to questions. Yes. Thank you.
For money symbol, is this available as a paper that we can read?
Sorry?
Is this on Sunday available as a paper that we can read?
I will allow my employer to I'm only but a messenger.
We will make it available, yes.
Thank you.
I have two questions. Yes. Well, first, I actually was impressed by how much activity actually is already happening that could potentially be good. My sense was that maybe 10 years ago there was almost nothing, or there was much. So I was wanting to check with you, are these relatively new? I mean, what's the time frame? I mean, are these something that is happening now? And I mean, before the Paris Agreement, I don't remember if there was anything. Accord, I know they started 5 years ago. I mean, some of them might. So that was one question there. The second one was what you said about some of these financial institutions find an obstacle in the lack of data on how you monitor ESG, climate risk. I mean, there's so much information out there on climate risk and model, geospatial information. What is really needed, from them? I don't know if you have a sense of this on the data aspect.
I think to answer the first one, and then I'll come to you, is I think these developments have largely come over the last 10 years, and more so over the last 5 to 6 years. And I think a bigger part of that push, definitely, generally, I think globally, you've seen the push, the need for, the push around green, sustainable topics and all that. A bit of it also is, being driven by government initiatives. So the government pushing around the tree planting, government pushing around carbon mechanisms and all that. Whether the intentions are, right or not, I think that's debatable. But it will be pretty much recent initiatives over the last 5 to 6 years. You say something? Yes, and I think a bigger part also, even beyond the tagging, is also back. Beyond the tagging, also is in terms of at the enterprise level, whether actually that part of that data is available, and how do these enterprises actually report to the banks. And because even at the impact funds level, that's one of the biggest challenges they grapple with. How do you actually ensure you get the correct data? How do you verify actually what has been reported is actually accurate? So that's definitely a challenge. So
it's both, as you know, thanks for that, the historical data, but also how do you ensure you're actually getting the right, the right information. I think there was a question there, and then you, and then you.
Yeah, just a quick one on policy. I noticed you had picked the Ministry of Environment.
Yes.
But then when you look at many of the solutions that were here, especially yesterday, and I think quite a sizable number of solutions fall within the agriculture sector. When you look at the tree crops, when you look at the nuts, and all that. So there's an intersection within environment and agriculture. Number two, the function is devolved. So the role of the county governments also becomes very prominent. Issues of value chains. Value chains is within the counties. So if you don't loop them in, then value chains is going to be a problem. I think it's an area for suggestion. You might need to loop in those three institutions to be able to have success in the model that we have.
That's a fair point, definitely. Yes. I think there's definitely an overlap with the agriculture ministry, yes. Yeah, and the county governments. Thanks for that.
Allow me to generate a question from Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 1 of reducing poverty through promotion of equitable access to economic resources. And goal number 17, which calls for comprehensive commitment to strengthening means of implementation and revitalizing grassroots and national and global partnerships for sustainable development. Now, I would love to take that context to Kerio Valley, which takes both Elgeyo Marakwet and Baringo, so that, because I picked that courtesy of the challenge you face in number 4, that maybe there is no ready project that we can support as a financial institution. And courtesy of the agenda for the SDGs that we are talking about, will you leave the context and go to Uasin Gishu, or what could be the mitigating factor on the same? Thank you.
I think that's a question more for Marco, Elijah, and team. But I believe the project is basically based in Kerio Valley. It's not going to move from the Kerio Valley. So that's really, I think that's a setting. The project is not going into a different landscape. It's basically Kerio Valley. Yeah. I think there was a question somewhere there.
Yeah, again, wonderful presentation. From your presentation, I looked at the scope of investment, forestry-related investment coming in from the financial institutions, and it seemed to be heavily limited to non-timber or non-wood forest products. We're looking at nuts and so on. What is the outlook like in terms of the timber or wood forest products? There is a very huge potential there, either for energy or the construction sector and so on. Was this factored under the renewable energy portfolio, or are these investors just not interested in supporting such small-scale wood-based forest products?
That's a good question, and I think it's basically related to my point around information, because having worked in the banking sector in the past, I know banks actually are financing different types of enterprises within the timber, timber space. But it's how they are classifying the information. I think maybe the gentleman from TMA, you can testify to that. It's a question of how, when you go today as a timber business to a financial institution, I don't think the fact that is in terms of whether you're a restoration business or not. You're basically a typical business. What are your cash flows? What are you looking for? And all that. So they are definitely getting funded. But I think a bigger part is also the question of classification. Where is, how do they classify this business? To be able to actually, as I mentioned, to decompose that data and know what exactly is happening. So I think there's room for improvement. And that's why I think mention all the things that needs to really go there beyond data classifications around capacity building, creating awareness, and really helping also investors and lenders to actually link and understand the importance. You don't look at the business on a standalone basis. You look at it in terms of within the value chain that exists, and try and do try to do the linkages to be able to understand better what you're engaging or financing. Yeah. Any other question? Final one? Okay, great. Thank you.
No, I just appreciate the question about the timber and wood markets, because it is an area, as you put it, super important. I mean, the sub-region as a whole is importing, in terms of wood products, something like $1 billion every year, and growing. And you have the potential here. I mean, maybe not in Kenya at this point, but the neighboring countries, you have a construction boom happening. Kenya estimates 200,000 new housing units that are needed. It is important that we provide this housing in a renewable, sustainable way, not using very climate-intensive material. So I totally understand with you. I think the outlook for timber and wood product is very positive, but it's a potential. Just because it's potential doesn't mean it's going to happen. We need to do something. So it's a potential opportunity. And I know Gatsby is doing excellent work, and maybe Nick after will share a little bit about this. Thank you. And I suggest we move.
Thank you, yes. Okay, before you hand over to Isabella, I just wanted to add something on what Marco has said. We also need to evaluate whether timber as a business is a restorative value chain. There has been a perception on that because we are cutting the trees for utilization, it's not restoration. But from what we heard from TMA yesterday, we can store carbon alternatively through the chairs that we use, all those processes. So we also need to demystify that thinking that timber is like we are not supporting restoration. That also needs to be demystified. And then coming back to what Sam was saying, there was an indication of a portfolio of 5 to 20% of the total portfolio. Was the issue just on aspect to do with investment in restoration? I mean, you talked of 5 to 20% of the total portfolio of the financial institutions going to support restoration. Were you looking only at the restorative value chains, or it is inclusive of even such businesses like the timber sector? Thank you.
Finance portfolio. So, but because, as I mentioned, because of this issue of lack of data classification, it's very hard to tell, what aspect of restoration has been captured. But most of the sectors they have reported or reported to have finance, basically renewable energy, agriculture, clean transport, all those ones falling under that. But we could not tell what exactly is specifically restoration. So data classification is going to be key in addressing that issue.
Thank you, Sam. Let's give him a round of applause for that insight. So we are moving on well. We've understood the problem we are trying to address from Marco. We've been told there's financing, right? So what are the business opportunities available in this space? And to walk us through this, we have Nick from Gatsby. Welcome.
There we go. Better. So I've got a presentation. Yeah, here we go. So maybe just to start with a definition on commercial forestry from our perspective. So we're really talking about sustainable planted forests with a timber production focus. I think that's good just to be clear. First things first. First things first, who are we? Who's Gatsby? Quick intro. So we're a private foundation that has been founded and funded by Lord David Sainsbury in the UK. See his picture there. Our focus is on private sector development in East Africa. And our mission is to support the building of stronger, inclusive economies in East Africa. And we do this through working closely with both the private sector and the public sector to catalyse sector transformation. And really the approach we take here is we look at sectors, we develop a deep understanding of them, we identify critical constraints and potential innovations that the private sector can develop to overcome those constraints. Oh right, is it still not close enough? And yeah, the private sector really to develop innovations that can overcome those constraints and unlock inclusive growth. So we work in 6 different sectors. The commercial forestry sector is where I work and colleagues here today as well, and that's what I'm going to give examples from. Maybe just to touch on the types of support we also offer. So we support industry in areas of sort of pre-competitive research and development. We also provide risk and innovation finance, and we can also engage on sort of structural reform, working on sort of public-private partnerships with government as well. But really our bread and butter is about private sector innovation. So I'll share some experiences from commercial forestry. First of all, before going into sort of business opportunities, I want to frame the bigger picture around the need for commercial forestry, and then also how commercial forestry fits in as part of a holistic solution for sustainable land use. So in terms of the need, I think everyone in this room understands the macro trends we have at play. Sub-Saharan Africa is the fastest growing region in the world, predicted to be 2 billion people living here by 2050, and half of that, even more than that, living in the rapidly growing cities. This is going to put huge pressure on economic aspects, infrastructure, and natural resources. And we're going to see significant demand for jobs, housing, food, energy, and wood products. So zooming into East Africa, and looking at the Kenya statistics particularly, the population is projected to increase from about 52 million, I think it is today, to 85 million by 2050. It's more than a 60% increase. That will be equivalent to about 800,000 new entrants to the labour market. That's 22,000 a day. Let that sink in. And there's also going to be a huge need for housing. So it's predicted that we'll need 250,000 units built per year to keep up with that growth. So we're going to need sectors that can really grow, create the jobs that can actually align with these trends. And we see commercial forestry as one of those sectors. And it's got some particularly unique features which enable it to be a high potential sector. So firstly, looking at the commercial forestry value chain, there's opportunities to create jobs both in rural areas and in urban areas as well. So the first steps of the value chain upstream, where you have sort of nurseries providing the key inputs for growing the trees, the silvicultural activities, the harvest and haulage, and the primary processing, those are often in the rural areas. Whereas the secondary processing and where the actual finished timber products are applied down in the end markets, that's usually found in the urban areas. The second point is that the commercial forestry value chain, the end products provide critical inputs into high employment downstream sectors, such as furniture and joinery, which I think is estimated to have more than 350,000 employees combined with the timber sector, and sectors such as construction and real estate as well. So the construction sector is another example of a high growth downstream sector. I think it was the fastest growing sector in Kenya between 2016 and 2020, with 16% growth. It made up 15% of the economy in 2020. However, despite this, I think only 20% of the 250,000 units that are needed per year have actually been produced. So there's a really significant deficit here. The construction sector is a key market for demand for timber products, and therefore drives investment upstream in forestry. However, it's also a really high emitting sector in terms of emissions. And globally, 39% of emissions come from the construction sector, with 11% coming through from the production of materials used in construction. But there's a real opportunity here for innovations in the sustainable forestry value chain with regards to processing of timber products to produce new engineered wood products that can substitute high embodied carbon products such as steel and concrete, and in turn create competitive building materials that could enable further growth downstream in this sector and see greater production of units towards what's needed. So that's a really fantastic opportunity in East Africa to respond to. And in turn, if we saw that, we could decarbonize this very carbon intensive sector today. So I want to sort of segue now into commercial forestry's role with regards to restoration. I think there's a question, saying how restorative is commercial forestry? Often the species are exotic species, not always, but there's been huge investment into developing those species to be high yielding and to have specific wood properties related to the end product applications. But often when we see large projects, they are landscape initiatives. This map on the left-hand side is showing a landscape forestry project in Tanzania, and the green and the pink is showing the commercial species planted, and the white areas are showing conservation areas and areas that have been restored. And usually it's between sort of 40 to 50% of land at a landscape level that is put under restoration. So actually investments into commercial forestry will in turn enable more restoration as well. And the photo on the right is from another Tanzanian project. This is Kilimanjaro Valley Teak Company, which manages, I think it's a 28,000 landscape project, 28,000 hectare landscape project. 30% of that is planted with teak and 70% is restoring and conserving Miombo forest. And the image just shows the difference of the landscape project on the right-hand side and then the land outside of it, which was Miombo forest, and the deforestation rate comparison of 31% outside and 3% inside. So I think I just wanted to show these to illuminate the potential link between commercial forestry and restoration. The other opportunity we have from commercial forestry with regards to restoration and conservation is the opportunity to reduce pressure on natural forests through the production of sustainable wood supply. And this graph here, this pie chart, is just showing in the Tanzanian context of the total 44 million hectares of forests, of natural forests, 43 million is natural forests and just 600,000 is commercial forests. But in terms of the industrial wood production, 86% of the total demand of Tanzania's industrial roundwood is coming from that small component of sustainably planted forests. And that is really significant in terms of the pressure that is being reduced on those natural forests. You know, if you didn't see this industrial roundwood, not all industrial roundwood products can come from natural forests, but there certainly would be some that would be sourced from that. So that was really just trying to frame, you know, the need for commercial forestry and the link between commercial forestry and restoration. And now I want to focus a little bit more on business opportunities across the value chain. So we at Gatsby, you know, we take a value chain approach. We really look for innovations across the value chain, which, if can be proven, can have an impact not just on the one firm that's driving that innovation, but on the broader system. So for example, nursery innovations, if you can have the use of better genetic material, that can drive increased yields for growers. It can also increase efficiencies in production and even higher grade products and market values being achieved. When we look at sort of processing, if that enables access to new higher value markets, that in turn can create new market pools for tree growers to respond to and potentially higher offtake prices. And these innovations, if successful, can really move the needle in terms of the competitiveness of the overall sector. And that's really what's needed to see further growth, further investment, and further land under restoration as well. So I'm just going to talk through three example opportunities that we're seeing in the commercial forestry sector. So the first is around the integration of improved tree genetics into scalable nursery production systems. I think the context here is, in the commercial forestry sector, there's a very limited set of genetics being used, and this poses quite a significant risk from a climate change perspective, where we're seeing increased risks of pests and diseases. So that genetic resource base really needs to be diversified. At the same time, there's opportunities to leverage tree improvement investments that have taken place in other sectors with species that are still relevant and applicable to East Africa, that can be trialed and brought and deployed and generate significant increases in yields. So we've supported industry over the last 10 years in undertaking different species trials, particularly in Tanzania, but also new trials taking place here in Kenya, trials in Uganda as well. And we're at a point now where there's confidence around the performance of those new species and genetics, and now they're ready for commercial deployment. And there's a big investment opportunity around new high-tech nurseries that could be using that genetic material to propagate plants and provide these to a range of different forestry businesses and tree growers to see this increase the productivity in the sector. We're also looking at low-cost nursery opportunities as well. And I think there's also opportunities, you know, on a sort of pure restoration play as well, not with the genetics that, you know, we've been supporting industry on, but to ensure that, you know, appropriate trees are being selected for, you know, indigenous seed collection, and ensuring that the nurseries that are using those are, you know, providing the best genetics possible to tree growers. The second opportunity is in relation to smallholder certification and management services. So in the commercial forestry sector, the most significant portion of the resource, particularly in Tanzania and Uganda, is owned by smallholders. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of hectares of commercial forest resource here. We've also seen really significant investments in downstream processing over the last 10 years. And these processes are making products such as panel boards, plywood, veneer production, and they've predominantly been supplied by the smallholder resource base. The starting point for these manufacturers has been supplying the local and regional market, but there's firms now that are aspiring to try and access higher value export markets, including European markets, where price premiums can be realized and you could see a significant uplift of the whole value chain. The challenge here is to access those markets, sustainability certification is required across the whole supply chain. So there's a need to see smallholders become FSC certified in this example, to become part of group, what are called group schemes, where smallholders come together and there's sort of management services provided. And the rationale here is, if that can happen and the downstream processors can then access these higher value markets, there's an opportunity for premium offtake prices between those processors and smallholders. And in turn, that can increase the return on investment for tree growers and see scaled investment. I think an important point to flag here as well is under the sort of FSC, using that as an example, these growers would also need to be conserving a certain portion of the land. I think it's a 10% requirement of natural landscape still at the smallholder level. So with this scaling, we would also be seeing a component of landscape restoration as well. The final example I'm going to give is related to secondary processing and the construction sector. This is a photo from CPS, a real estate developer behind Fumba town in Zanzibar, and they're leading the way in sustainable urban development in East Africa, adopting mass timber construction, which is a building you can see on the right-hand side, which would be 3 stories using mass timber, which is essentially sort of giant pieces of plywood in a way, made from sustainable sawn timber, which gets glued together and layers made. And that, as I said before, can substitute concrete and steel structural components. So they're really leading the way on this. At the moment, to date, the supply of those products has come from Europe and then from South Africa. And that's very costly. So it's not a sustainable model based on an import process. So what's really needed here is to actually localize that supply chain. So we need to see some backwards integration, some secondary processing using sawn timber that is made in Tanzania and then produced into mass timber, cross-laminated timber, glulam in Tanzania. This represents a high-value market. So in turn, this could create improved incentives for sawmillers and in turn improve prices for the roundwood that goes into that supply chain. So again, if this sort of market could take off, it creates the opportunity for scaled investment upstream. So those are 3 sort of examples that we're seeing in the commercial forestry sector, which are innovations which we think could really improve the competitiveness and in turn drive further investment. And then given the link to the restoration, we think this is a really sustainable land use model that could be scaled. I'll leave it there.
Any questions or comments for Nick? All right, pretty clear. Thank you very much, Nick. And as you go to sit down, Nick, we are hoping in the next presentation of AFR, the example will largely be Kenya. All right. And, so the advantage of being the person who's moderating is you can take an executive decision on the program, and I'd like to do that. I'd like us to take a 15 minutes coffee break, right, so that we can just get a bit of energy back in there. And then when we get back, then we can be able to have David presenting what happened yesterday and looking at the pipeline of enterprises that are already doing some of the restorative work. What are the opportunities, since we already have financiers, we have the opportunities, and what are those promising cases that we need to look at as we get into the AFR program. And that will allow us to transition very well into the panel discussions. So we are breaking for tea exactly at 11. Let's aim to be back. At least 11:15 should be finding you on your seat. So we'll have our teachers downstairs. There's a ramp on the other side and the stairs down here. Please enjoy your cup of coffee. Hello. Welcome back to the second part. All right, let's take our seats so we can move to the next section. And as we are taking our seats, I see we have David's presentation. Let's take our seats now. If you're still outside, please welcome back in. Let's settle down so we can move to the next phase. Okay. All right. This is what happens when you bring people in the finance world. Everybody wants to get a piece of their action. So welcome back. We would like to finish the first part, and we said David is going to help us understand what happened yesterday. Then we'll transition to the panel discussions. And in the same spirit of accommodating a few requests, we have our panelists who have to leave a bit earlier. So we'll have the second panel begin immediately after David finishes, and this will be moderated by Petri. But for now, David, welcome.
All right, so I'll really try to be very brief. I know we are catching up with time. Just a few words then about E4 Impact for those who were not here yesterday. So E4 Impact stands for Entrepreneurship for Impact. We are actually a spin-off of the Business School of the Catholic University of Milan. We implement programs in about 20 African countries. And we have 9 entrepreneurship centers like this one, where we are supporting early stage enterprises and growth stage ventures. Mainly around 60% actually in the green and agri value chains. Then we have other value chains that we are supporting. So yesterday, when we thought about this blended finance meeting and working group, discussing with the colleagues from FAO, we say we couldn't just, let's say, get into the it, which is today, without actually understanding who are the innovators and entrepreneurs behind those restorative ventures. So yesterday, we had sort of a discovery. Who are they? What are their needs? Who is funding them? What are the gaps? So that's actually where we started with yesterday. And so very briefly, I'm just going to give you a highlight. So what you see over there, on the left side, are early stage ventures within the restorative value chain. And the other ones on the right, on your right like that, are growth stage ventures. So for us, the early stage did a bit of pitching, just so that the investors in the room could understand what is the potential, what potential do they have. And the growth stage did a bit of speed dating with the investors, and it was really a good mix. And later we had conversations. Yes, we had conversations. So we saw that anyway, these actors are in the commercial timber and timber products. So they're in those value chains. They're in non-wood forest products. So we are speaking about honey and honey-based products, essential oils, moringa, baobab, bamboo, raisins, gums, cashew, nuts, which include cashew, macadamia, and they are also doing seedlings as a product. Then they are also engaged in high-valued cash crops, so coffee, tea, avocado, and mangoes. So those were the actors that we actually had from either early stage or growth stage in what we are calling restorative value chain. I think we're still also saying that the wood or commercial timber is still really at a lower scale compared to the rest. And I think we need to work more, or at least discover more ventures who are doing that. In terms of the local financing institutions and the institutions that were there, so we actually we had SACCOs, MFIs, and DFIs. We had banks, we had impact funds, government funds, like Commodity Fund, Net Fund, that are also funding restorative ventures. We saw the products that they have, that is targeting different groups of the value chain actors. So with SACCOs, MFIs, DFIs, they have affordable loans, they target early stage, they also invest in cooperatives. Then they can customize their products green and create a fit for size of the enterprise, opportunity for guarantee funding. And then with the commercial, they're looking at commercial loan, large ticket sizes, and also they're looking for traction and cash flow. While all the impact funds, they provide capital plus technical assistance where it's possible. They have multiple instruments, debts, equity, hybrid, blended, revenue-based, which was quite interesting. And they can also have green products, and which are flexible to the stage of the business. And then they have also long tenure for their funding. And then a bit of government funds. So we have like commodity fund and net fund. They give concessional loans. They could be green, like these two ones are really green. They are value chain based, and they can fund individuals or even cooperatives. Yeah. And with that pitching, speed dating, we actually saw some already promising matches that are coming out. Because this is very interesting as well. Because when we say we are supporting restorative ventures and supporting the investments, then with the kind of conversations that we had yesterday, already there were promising matches where an investor is saying, I think I want to have another conversation with this firm, or with this one, I'm ready to fund them. So there were already those promises, they were captured in the notes, filled out by the investors. So commodity fund, for example, say they're looking to fund kaya nuts because it's in the cashew value chain. Acumen say they want to fund agriculture ventures, MESP, and MESP are here. I think they will be speaking about it because they can directly fund cooperatives, but they can also fund SACCOs that are funding other cooperatives. GBF, Botanic, Kim Plant, Angaza, Incofin, the TMA, and Conventional Capital, Ajema Foods, Scanline SACCO, and Skyline are here. They actually say they could find quite a number of the ventures that pitch to them. So I think that's already promising opportunities that are actually coming out from those conversations of yesterday. Then as key takeaways, which were sort of all the learnings from the various conversations. So we saw that anyway, for investment to happen, we need viable enterprises. And Yunus, right? You spoke about, you have to build your story. We need to understand your impact and the opportunity that you have as an impact venture. So, and then there's need for capacity building and technical assistance, as in these really go together. Without that, it's hard. And some of the ventures that actually pitched, some cooperatives, it was impressive. And I remember someone from FAO saying, I didn't think a cooperative can pitch this well. It seems now they know their story. They're very convincing now. And that is really the power of capacity building and the technical assistance to support those ventures to really speak the investor language. Then there is a bit of de-risking of investments because the entrepreneurs struggle to access loans and investors face high risk. So all the guarantee mechanisms that could be there are really important. Then the issue around value addition and market access to really show the potential that these businesses could have is really important. And the other bit, which really came out very strongly as well, is that restoration, when you're talking about restorative businesses, you're really engaging marginalized communities, the communities on the ground, the one that many times don't really have a chance. Here in Kenya, we say there's a lot of investment coming, but there's a lot of tech, fintech, but those local communities are really left out. But restorative ventures really embrace them, right? So it's a very good point. Then we need to have collaboration and long-term partnerships. So this political will, investment flows, policy support, and that's where the government really comes in at both national and local level. And yeah, so those were really the key takeaways of yesterday's session. So I want to leave it there. They're good things from all those conversations that really happen. And yeah, thank you. Any questions, comments?
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. So with that summary of what happened yesterday, we can transition to our panel discussions. And it's interesting. I think this rearrangement is working very well. Yesterday, one of the panelists said also the DFIs need to make some of the financing available. So when we have the funds who are locally based here, we are not struggling to say resources because the entrepreneurs go to them. If they don't have the money, then we have a bit of a problem. So to guide us through the next panel discussion, I'm going to invite Petri, and he will invite his panelists. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. I hope you have full of energy. And now even I will be inviting some people here on the podium. I think that I hope that we'll have a very free speech. So it's the idea that everybody can have a word. So I would like to invite here. So this session actually focuses now on international partners, namely DFIs and other funds that kind of source international funding. It's always like let's say that where we come to local financing, it's a bit gray area in a way that they are also overlapping. But let's focus on this now, and I would like to invite, first we have Silvia Vafula from European Investment Bank. Please come here. Maybe somebody can help. We can put the chairs. Well, yeah, they are here nicely. So I think that there is a place for you always here. and then I would like to invite Walter Louhivuori from FinFund and Isfandiar Chaman Khan from the World Bank. And then I would also like to find our old friend also from yesterday, Karaya Karugu from TerraFund, well, WRI, but now I think that you will be speaking on the mouth of TerraFund. And I guess I can also sit here as I'm moderating. So we all know that we are kind of recognize well the needs. We know that there are these huge needs, and there are actually lots of pledges, lots of commitments. Actually, there's lots of funds available. Even, of course, we can see really how do we see is the glass half empty or half full. But still, we have kind of difficulties to find this pathway, how the global capital could flow and kind of satisfy these local needs. We have some facts, like we know, I think maybe Sam also mentioned in his presentations, but we know very well that if we think the climate finance, only very small share of the climate finance actually goes to any land-based activity. It's mostly going to other sectors. And then if you look at the share of how much actually is going to this kind of small-scale operators, let's say here in Africa or other places in the global south, it's actually very marginal share. So now we have these international partners here, and I think that I have a series of questions for you, and what we could do. I mean, what we would really now like to know is of course what you are doing, your engagement in forest restoration related businesses, and it's okay. We are here in Kenya, but it's not only in Kenya. We can think about other regions and what kind of experiences you have, and really kind of explore what kind of barriers we have, and how actually we could link you with also with the local, not only the local stakeholders, but also with local financing institutions. So I propose that we try to keep time now, so that maybe we can spend 1 hour for this session. Correct? Somebody is keeping time, and let's have a few rounds. And I would like to first ask you to kind of just introduce yourself and tell what you are doing and what is actually kind of your, let's say, just briefly, what kind of stake you have in this restoration field. Okay, if we start with Silvia, please, maybe you can introduce yourself, please.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. My name is Sylvia.
You can use this.
Perfect. My name is Sylvia Wafula. I am from European Investment Bank. We have a regional office, regional hub office within in Nairobi, covering sub-Saharan Africa. And EIB, we have a number of restorative activities that we normally engage in, or projects. We finance through, we have some through funds. Later on, probably I'll be sharing some of the examples of the funds that we are engaged in. We had one that covered partly Kenya. And then we also majorly focusing on climate financing, and integrating a big part of climate financing into restorative activities, integrating climate financing. We also have a financing product like an MBILS for the smaller ticket-sized restorative activities or agriculture value chain activities. We cannot be able to administer that, so we partner with local banks, and we have an intermediated lending product whereby local banks can be able to reach out to those smaller SMEs, like the ones that were pitching here yesterday. Basically, and I'll be sharing the rest later within them.
Still good morning. My name is Walter Louhivuori. I'm heading our FinFund's Nairobi office here in Kenya. FinFund is a relatively small DFI compared to the bigger guys like EIB and so forth. We have a bit more than a 1 billion portfolio. And I would say more or less 15% of that is in sustainable forestry, which is probably where I see the biggest linkages for today's agenda. Gatsby already kind of set the scene on sustainable forestry and its linkages to restorative activities. For us, I think in our portfolio, it's probably 250,000 hectares of forestry assets we have, of which about 70,000 hectares are currently growing under plantation control, and about 80,000 hectares are as protected areas, so FSC certified forests, and that's where part of the restoration links come from in our portfolio. Obviously, you have smallholder programs, you have agroforestry, and a wider agricultural space as well, where the linkages come in. But I think for the point of today, I think that's probably where I will try to stick the most with. We invest in private sector companies, so basically full range of financially instruments, or like investable instruments, from direct equity to senior loan. We don't have any grants, some TA money to specific initiatives, and some blended financing facilities that we use with the support of the EU. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks a lot. So I'm Isfandiar. I'm based here in Nairobi. I'm the lead specialist for the World Bank, covering financial sector and innovation in private sector. I think from the World Bank side, as far as this angle is concerned, I would say I would break it down into sort of three kinds of interventions, and we can go into more detail later on. One in Kenya right now, along with the NT and KFS, and Ministry of Energy, we're working on a sustainability-linked framework itself with KPIs on reduction of deforestation in Kenya as a whole. And that looks at policy-level interventions that the Kenyan government would do to reduce the rate of deforestation. Ideally, having more forests would be good, but no country other than Bhutan and Costa Rica has been able to increase forestation. So the idea is, how do you decrease the rate of deforestation in the country? So that's on a large restoration work itself. Then in Rwanda, for example, sometimes you might have heard about the rhino bond that was done in South Africa to increase rhino population. So the bank sometimes also does outcome-based bonds, where the bank will be the entity that will issue a bond. So in the case of Rwanda, we're issuing a bond of 100 million, which is a World Bank bond, but investors would come in, impact investors, and they would make KPIs relating to increase in forest cover, in this case in Rwanda, and if that happens, the payment gets paid out. So in a way, a blended finance activity, but with impact investors. The third leg of the work, and I think where, as David was saying, we also had an event here, is on the enterprise level. So we have a number of projects that are, in a way, forest neutral, which means you don't have to be linked to the forestry sector, but they are enterprise positive. So if you're an enterprise that is doing sustainable practices, you are in need of financing. So a number of these funds run through KDC in Kenya, through something in Uganda, through something in Tanzania, to the government funds that support enterprises that want to green their value chain, right? If you happen to be in forest, great, but again, they're neutral in the activity, but more in the outcome. So let me stop there and we'll get into more detail. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. Karaya Karogo is my name. I work with the World Resources Institute in the Terra Fund program. So mainly just to speak a bit on Terra Fund, it's a patient capital fund that finances tree-based restoration. And we do this through, funding both non-profits and for-profits. This, just a bit of a quick background, started in late 2021. And at that time, the scope of this funding was the AFR 100, countries across the continent. So the first funding round, that was the scope that we had. We funded 100 organizations, of which it was an 80-20 split, so 80 being non-profit, 80 being for-profit. But I think, based on some learnings, we realized that geographic scope was quite massive. So we decided to focus on, some key landscapes, which is where we're focusing on now, which is the Greater Rift Valley here in Kenya. We've got the Lake Kivu Rusizi River Basin, and we also have the Ghana Cocoa Belt. So, we disburse grants, mainly to the non-profits, concessional debt, for the for-profits, and also we introduced equity based on the recognition that it takes quite a bit of time for restorative businesses to, get some of their returns. So, yeah, I think mainly for us is seeking to be concessional and catalytic, mainly recognizing that there's a lot of challenges, as has been discussed, in terms of securing these funds. So, we really try to see how we can differentiate ourselves. So, for example, we don't ask for collateral. We allow up to, 12 months of interest-only payments. We get to five years of repayment, and we are very flexible when it comes to renegotiating that. And I mean, there's lots of cases where based on challenges that businesses may be facing, we are also willing to do top-ups, even for working capital and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I think I'll continue after that.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mention we have also John Keige from Finance in Motion. Sorry, I didn't realize that you are here. Welcome also to this panel, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's still morning. This is John Keige from Finance in Motion. Finance in Motion is an impact asset manager, and I'm based here in Kenya. The company is based out of Frankfurt, Germany. And of interest to this conversation is one of our fund that is a branded instrument that looks at agroforestry, agriculture, aquaculture. And what we do is we provide debt either directly to qualifying institutions. These are large entities. Maybe, as my colleague in FinFund said, most of the time that these organizations are FSC certified, and if we are going through the small ticket sizes, we do intermediated finance through financial institutions. We'll get back to this. This largely goes to agroforestry systems, and there are a couple of proxies of restoration project for maybe traditional export crops, maybe shade-grown coffee, these type of things. But we also have technical assistance because we are also cognizant of the fact that most of these restoration projects also require some bit of, in this language, we could say some bit of financial modeling to understand like what tenure is good for which type of company. And then within that, you're also able to start to see what type of financial instrument should some of these organizations require, because maybe they are more at the startup phase where we cannot be able to invest directly, but then as my colleague from WLI said, they have these grants, they can be able to do this type of things. So for us, is also that component of how do you do that financial modeling to be able to get visibility of, yeah, this is a tree, it will take so many years. Along the value chain, how do you probably attract different types of funding to be able to make this commercial? So we are more on the private sector side. As you can hear, we are looking at more commercial enterprises. And the fund is debt only, but has got a component of technical assistance to do this. We can deep dive later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Hey, maybe we can continue with you, John, like let's go the other way around. So now especially I would like to ask these questions from you and also from TerraFund. So what kind of constraints do you face in deploying capital effectively? Like you both have to deploy capital from different sources, particularly targeted to these regions, and then targeted, let's say, to forest sector related businesses. So maybe you can tell a little bit of these constraints.
Yeah, maybe I can just highlight, broadly speaking, a few. So the first one is, to a large extent, we see enterprises that cannot be able to absorb directly our ticket size. So they're largely small. And this is where one of the things we do as an impact fund is to partner with financial institutions so that these enterprises can be able to get finance from banks. Because banks have got a so-called branch network, so they can be able to reach in the rural areas, in places that we cannot reach. So this is the first one. The second component is this financial modeling. If you go to most of our restoration projects, they are either managed by NGOs or they are managed by agronomists, foresters. These are people who are very much into the detail of the science of growing a tree and not in the financial modeling to understand, if I am a nursery operator, this is the type of fund that I need. If I am planting trees, this is the type of patient capital I need. And how do I split that between maybe grants, concessional funds, commercial capital? At what point in the year along the production system should I be able to do this? This is a major constraint, and this is why we also partner quite a lot with the partner institutions, but also directly with these organizations to be able to do that modeling piece. And then lastly, maybe broadly speaking, is the fact that at the moment, this type of matchmaking, collaborative type of platforms are not that many. So you find that building a pipeline of this bankable project also becomes a challenge for us, but also for our banking institutions. Maybe I first highlight these three and I'll give the floor to the others.
Okay, maybe you want to complement.
Yes, I can continue, and thanks a lot for that. I think, for us, our ticket size ranges from 50,000 to 500,000 USD. So there's definitely that aspect of, in as much as we try, at least from our view internally, see that the 50,000 is, really try to be a bit more accommodative. There's still challenges, facing those that can, absorb that ticket size. I think maybe the second one I can mention, just building on what he said about pipeline. you see, for us, because we found both the non-profit and the for-profit, I think what we've seen is there's obviously a lot of availability of pipeline on the non-profit side who receive the grants. But one of the challenges, constraints we face is now on the for-profit. So that's something that we're really trying to think hard on. Okay, like I mentioned, the first funding round, we had a 80-20 kind of split, with 20% being the for-profit. So we're really trying to think of how can we increase that that proportion of the for-profit. So that's something I would say. Interestingly, from what we've also seen, there are businesses for profits that are actually restorative, but for one reason or the other, they don't view themselves that way. I think they just think they're doing business as usual. So I think it shows that there's also opportunity in sensitizing for them to know, no, by you doing this, availing certified seedlings, and trees are being grown, that is actually restorative, and also the initiatives that you have at the community level. And then maybe I would add, we've also noticed again on the for-profit end that it's a very fine line. So assuming you find those who are able to absorb this ticket size, it's well and good in the beginning, but then sometimes just because they can absorb it doesn't mean that they don't have a huge shock absorber. So for example, just giving rough example, if it's an exporter like avocado, they can be making their repayments consistently, but then unfortunately they might find a situation where there's a delay in payment. There's a delay in payment from their buyer, or unfortunately there's someone who the shipping, because of security situation, the shipping routes are longer, which delay the cash flow. So a key constraint we've seen is that they're also very susceptible to external shocks. But how we typically manage that is just by being, accommodative in terms of rescheduling. And just to conclude, for those that we've invested in, we also see that in a couple of months, they'll also come back to us for more money. This time they want working capital or something. So we've seen also it can't also just be on us always we've made the initial investment to put an additional investment even though we have the funds. So really trying to bring in other, mission-aligned investors to co-invest. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Let's now have another question to our fellow DFIs, and maybe we can continue with Isfandiar. I mean, we know now that we have these problems that how we really channel funds or financing to small-scale operators. So local financial intermediaries, local banks, they are quite important in this. So I would like to ask you that how, if you are, and how you are working with local financial intermediaries, local banks, to reach smaller scale actors. So maybe you can start on this if you have some ideas.
Sure, thanks. And I think it goes back to the topic of, this is the blended finance topic, right? And from a local bank perspective, okay, we're in Kenya right now. So where you have a macro situation where the government is borrowing at 22%, for any bank to lend to enterprises, it would want to lend at a larger, higher rate. And over time, that just becomes an economic proposition that is not an economic proposition any longer. And in a way, that becomes the role of blended finance institutions. Now, be it us, be it FinFund, be it other institutions. But I'll give you an example. Here in Kenya, just looking at pure interest rates, right? So Kenya, for the World Bank, let's say it's a blend country, which means it can get concessional funding, which is IDA, or it can get close to market rates, even though it's not market rates, it's cheaper, called IBRD. They're at 5% right now in FX, right? So the way we typically would work with a local institution is saying that, okay, you sort of merge your lower cost of funding, your higher cost of funding with our lower cost of funding, so the final borrower gets an economic return rate that makes a bit more sense. And as we see, the whole aid complex changing, for sure. And, you know, not because you're here or you're here, but Finland is a prime example, right? It's moving from grant to soft loans, right? And ideally, you know, when enterprises or grant agencies move to a soft loan model, they will not have boots on the ground to actually monitor the loan. And that's where the financial institutions will come into play. So in a way, what we're trying to say, the way we're working with financial institutions is that you have the boots on the ground, you have the expertise, and then we have a lower cost of financing, and let's blend the two. So that's one aspect on pure interest rate. The other aspect, and again, a number of these entities, you set up something called like a guarantee fund, where we're saying that we're not providing the capital, but in the essence that the company fails, or the enterprise fails, or the restoration company fails, we will cover the cost of that failure. And again, going back, since the number of money coming into these countries, especially East Africa, is becoming lower and lower, so it's a combination of how do you blend, but also how do you leverage, right? And in a way, that's the idea behind working with local institutions. Because also, if you look at Kenya, the banks are not lending to these enterprises. You'll have a few examples here and there. I know my friends will come in a panel later on. But these are examples far and few in between, right? Where most of the lending is going to the government, most of the lending is going to large enterprises, right? And that cycle has to shift in a way.
Thank you very much. Walter, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think for us, it's actually a very similar situation in a way that, of course, we work with local banks and microfinance institutions, and especially the MFIs. They definitely play a role in extending the financial reach for, you know, the smaller ticket sizes that we can't directly do. But still, it doesn't really solve the full picture of, you know, investing in these type of enterprises if we're being frank and honest. One is the interest rate issue, that if, you know, it doesn't really matter what the margins are, even if we're looking at benchmark rates from 10 to 15% or so, how many agricultural type of businesses can yield sufficient profits that they can actually pay a 15 to 20% you know, interest margins on an annual basis, and then, you know, pay off the debt at the same time. And we made that personally, or as an institution, the same mistake in forestry sector. In the early years when we started investing in forestry in sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of the investments were made in a long-term loans. Then when issues came, you know, it's a long-term product. You know, if it's you know, takes 10 to 20 to 30 years, depending on the crop, for a tree to grow, for the harvesting size. And there's a couple of issues coming on the way. Suddenly your whole kind of financial model breaks down and the companies can't pay out their loans, which end up being converted to equity or something. And so lesson learned from there. But I think, you know, for the banks, it's exactly the same type of an issue. So how to tackle the situation? One is that don't lend in local currency. Well, that's not really solving the issue. The interest rates come down, but the FX risk is then carried by the company, and when shilling depreciates, you know, the companies are in trouble, and the cash flows are in local currency anyhow. So that doesn't really work. The other one is that, well, is there a way of kind of supporting the, you know, providing subsidized financing, soft loans or so forth? And I think some institutions, maybe like the World Bank, for instance, there are these grant-based facilities. Unfortunately, we don't. So how we have operated really is that, you know, we try to look into financial institutions, whether they have some portfolios that we can earmark, say that, okay, we can provide you the higher tiers of capital, so you can leverage further capital on top of that. But those investments have to go to, for instance, agriculture companies or these type of companies, or then we can help a, you know, local financial institution in issuing sustainability bonds and participating in those, and kind of try to build the market from there. But it's a very, I would say, top-down type of an approach, where you kind of try to fix the top layer of the, you know, of the financial structure largely in East Africa. but then trickling down all the way to the loans of $1,000, $5,000 or so. I think there's quite a few steps that need to happen before we can really see the funds properly flowing there, unfortunately.
Thank you, Silvia. Now it's your turn, please.
Okay, fine. Working with the local financial institutions, it's also a similar situation for us because some of these restorative activities or projects, they take long to get the final benefits. And also for the local financial institutions, developing, coming up with the SMEs, coming up with bankable projects, or just developing a pipeline is normally a challenge. And then we come up with normally at times with de-risking instruments. We also have blended financing models whereby we give them concessional funds, and then we also support with technical assistance to just build the capacity of the financial institutions to probably develop products that would fit into these restorative activities. Because most of those products, or most of the SMEs that would be classified as restorative activities, you'd find some of them would fall into classification of probably climate action and environmental sustainability. Unfortunately, some of the local financial institutions or the areas that you're working, the countries you're working in, they have not developed the taxonomy to classify some of these products. So we also support. Currently, we are supporting through GFS. It's called Greening Financial Solutions, where we are supporting Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, to support the countries to come up with a taxonomy. I think the Kenyan one is in the final stages. Ethiopia is also still started last year, but then we'll have Uganda and Rwanda as well to be able to classify some of these products. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. I promised in the beginning that it's not only us talking here, so audience, we have here local financial institutions and professionals, so please, if you have some questions, now is your chance, and maybe you can either make a general questions to all the panelists, or if you want to address specifically the DFIs or funds, financing motion, or Terra, so please, you have now an opportunity. Please, David. And you can.
Anyway, my question goes to the institutions that are also working with banks already, as in with some guarantee mechanisms to guarantee, let's say, a lower interest rate to be given to the entrepreneurs, let's say, within the value chain. Have you followed up to see whether that really happens?
That's to all. Yes. Oh, okay, maybe you can ask Sylvia first. Okay, you can.
Okay. In cases where the product has been structured in a way that the interest rates have to be trickled down to the final beneficiaries, we normally do follow up for the financial institutions, and to just ensure that this has been implemented. It is normally incorporated into the financing contract, so that we have monitoring tools to see and so that they can implement and adhere to the comply with the contract. You have a question? Okay, fine. So that they can follow up. We follow up, monitor. So because if you do not actually incorporate that into the finance contract, then it is a bit loose. they would want to provide the finance at market rate. We had an example with a local financial institution, and we followed up. It was a blended activity with a grant from the EU. And I was even glad yesterday I saw some of the companies that had benefited from that were pitching here. So it is something that sometimes we normally do it.
Okay, anybody else here wants to? Okay, Marco has a question, please. And then I think you have a question. Please help me. I mean, I cannot see like, yes. Marco, please.
No, my question was about this, it was mentioned the ability to absorb, larger ticket size, the importance of aggregation, this intermediate. And I know that there is an attempt, I'm familiar with a program where the intermediation could perhaps be provided by organization of producers, farmer organization at various levels, I know in Kenya here there are some very large ones. They are organizing themselves so that combining tens of thousands of farmers together, they could perhaps... so I know this is something not happening very much, but I was curious about your perspective of the future. Is this a promising area? You think that they would have eventually this capacity to absorb larger ticket sizes, provided they develop the proper governance, the proper structure and abilities? A reflection would be very helpful.
Each funder wants to take. I mean, you can also volunteer if you want to answer, but let's take one by one, please.
And maybe it's just fresh because last 2 days we were in a session with a number of entrepreneurs and the banks to see how best to get bank lending to enterprises in local currency. The walk away from that session was, given the situation in East Africa, banks generally are not set up to do that at the moment. And one of the lessons that was coming out was, how do you aggregate lending? So if you look at the microfinance story itself, and that was exactly what you had said. It was aggregating small borrowers together so that the credit risk does not become Marco's credit risk, but it becomes a credit risk of a class itself. It is not happening, rightly as you said there right now, but I think one of the lessons that we had also was these associations can play sort of a role of a community-based lending, which actually was quite successful. The interest rates were high, so the question always has to come back, are you facing an issue of liquidity where the money is not there, and if the money is not there, then you can pay the interest rate, or are you facing an issue of interest rate is too high? And as Finford said, the interest rate at a high level doesn't make sense. And the question would be back to the banks a little bit, that what is stopping them? And it's a combination of the two. And I think when an association comes into play, is pooled risk, so just like health insurance or a normal insurance product comes into play. So that has to change, and it's not happening right now, but that's something maybe you guys can also explore a little bit in your own things going forward.
Thank you. You want to add? Please. John.
Maybe just some quick pointers is that with the financial institutions, we've seen some movements. For instance, one of our funds is invested in a local bank that works with cooperatives in the tea and in the coffee sector. And what they've reported is that largely because these are export crops to start with, and then these aggregators or traders or the tea factories or the tea, the coffee processing plants, they are able to at least pull a sizable ticket size, either for working capital or capex. And because the risk is spread to so many producers, then that way they are able to make some economic sense, so to speak. So this can be one of the models that works. And I think we can also draw some anecdotal evidence in the dairy sector. Why is the dairy sector in Kenya actually always moving? Because there is those aggregation models. So many farmers come together, they are able to produce enough milk to send to a processor. So even in this case, when these farmers come together, they become a demand pool. For instance, if I own a nursery and I'm running it commercially, I want to make sure that at least I have demand. So if these farmers are coming together, then it makes my planning and my financial modeling very easy. So we've seen some of this, and I think there could be some maybe threshing of this to see how do we scale it. So yeah.
Okay,
Thank
probably
you.
I can add. Yeah.
Oh,
So
please,
through the experience we've had, some of the intermediated lending through the local banks, they do wholesale lending. They normally call it wholesale lending, but probably mostly they target cooperatives, as he has mentioned, and so the cooperatives would get the loan from the bank. But then now the issue of, because now you see now they're able to, this one we've seen with coffee cooperatives in Ethiopia, they are able to now extend the credit to the farmers who are doing micro borrowing. But now the issue is normally because of the operational cost, high operational costs. Because you'd find some of those, like in Ethiopia, we have they call them rusakos, they are rural SACCOs. So the rusakos borrow from the financial institutions, and then they lend to the farmers. But then because of the high operational costs, you find, that's why he had said the issue of interest. That is something that needs to be discussed further. But when you look at it, actually the operational cost is a bit high. And now it translates to the slightly higher interest rates to the final beneficiaries.
Yeah.
You want to go first?
Okay, I think, I was just going to say, and it's a great question and suggestion, and I see it, that opportunity at the macro level. I just wanted to share a different view in terms of what, like for us now as TerraFund, what the constraint is there is that, as the fund, we also have certain requirements when the funding is disbursed to these organizations. So as of right now, we've funded 194 organizations across the continent, and one of the requirements, like for us, that we have is the reporting. So each organization that we funded signs up to do reports every 6 months. They need to upload their polygons so that we see where the trees are being grown and so on and so forth. So that I'm sharing that just to show that, from our end, the constraint now is that, yes, there may be that opportunity in terms of aggregating, the funding, but then what happens now on the reporting end? Because it becomes now a bit of a problem in trying to figure out that the reporting is also done in a way that is reflective of how their aggregation has worked. So, yeah, just sharing that perspective too.
Thank you. Walter, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a very quick remark, because I think we've been talking about now here a lot of the trickling down of the funding and then the associated funding costs and so forth. But one trickle down kind of a route is also just, if we don't think about the financing, how do we invest in these small companies, but more about the demand side, or how do we buy goods from these small players? And I think in the agri sector, in many parts in East Africa, you can't really, if you're a big buyer, you can just go and buy the goods from local small players. You have to go throughout the entire value chain and basically be there yourself, making sure that the practices that are put in place are the right, are basically the ones that you're selling forward. So, and with that, oftentimes you also come, there comes the working capital options with that. Because if I'm a big buyer and I want to buy avocados, I want to buy pyrethrum or seedlings, I want to make sure that my contract farmers actually have the inputs required and they have the working capital needed. And these companies are the size where DFIs like ourselves can invest in. I think it's a small example, but worthy here in Kenya, for instance, is a company called Kentegra in Pyrethrum space where we invested in. It's not a huge investment for us. I think it was a $5 million or so, but still, way too big for most of the, smaller farmers, obviously. But that company is basically sourcing all their flowers from small-scale farmers, about 30,000 small-scale farmers around. And it really makes business sense for the company because it's a easy enough good to grow, to dry, and then get to the right place. So it's not a bulky product to transport. And it makes sense for the farmers because compared to crop products like maize and so forth, you can actually yield harvest every 2 weeks, and it's relatively drought prone as well. So you have a more predictable and kind of model for your own personal farm. But at the same time, it's you kind of do the financial aggregation at the company level, not really working through cooperatives or so forth.
Thank you. I mean, that means that we really have to understand the value chains, and of course we may have an issue that everybody in the value chain will get their fair share, so to say, that we have to, when we have like contract farming or outgrower schemes or whatever, that we have a kind of transparent system that we ensure that they are also getting the right prices and so on. But I think, Sam, you had, okay, I'm not now sure the order, somebody can help you, but at least you raised your hand. Please, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then.
More of a question to the DFI representative from FinFund and also the EIB and the World Bank. Yesterday when I was having a quick chat with one of the colleagues here. Yesterday when I had a quick chat with one of the colleagues here, and I think we can all agree that restoration is future facing, and therefore we have to think in a way about the future, maybe 5 years from now. One of the questions that I asked is, what is the biggest transformation that is going to happen in the financial ecosystem? And the response I got was that fintech is coming up very strongly, and this is going to cause a shock to the traditional financial institutions, maybe even DFI, because this is getting much closer to where we want restoration to get to. And so for me, the question is, to the World Bank, to the EIB, how are you factoring that future into your strategy, where you've been working directly with traditional financial intermediaries, now fintech coming up very strongly. And then to the DFI, where does this revolution leave your position?
We actually have a project in Kenya at the moment. It's around $150 million. And that actually has a component that works with digital providers. Right, the project finances enterprises, and thinking was that traditional banks might not be the best conduit going forward. So how do you actually work with digital lenders, right? So the way we say fintech is twofold. One, you have fintech providers, so you'll have jurisdictions where companies will come in and bigger banks will just buy the fintechs. Or you have like the China model where you have the Alibabas of the world, which changed the way things work. So in our view, actually, that's a positive because the traditional banking sector is cost heavy. And when you want to go to the enterprises, you want to go the fintech route. But linked to that, and I think I was going to mention it earlier on, there's another aspect of that. Because the fintech is at the same time combining with digitization and AI, right? And to bring down costs, to bring down operating costs, more usage of that has to be initiated, even at the farm level. So the more, like for example, there's an impact investor here that not here, but in Kenya, that lends to small enterprises. The financial statements are done purely from M-Pesa. A small enterprise does not pay a chartered accountant to do a financial statement, but the M-Pesa financial statement can qualify for a financial statement, and an impact investor does it. So I would say the more digitized, we always say, look at what the comparative advantage is, right? If you were going to compare East Africa to where Asia was, where East Africa is much ahead, is in digitization of its record. So if that digitization can be used to get money, be it from fintech, be it from normal banking, that would be better. So in a way, try to see things that shortcut the normal development route. So for us, fintech is something that is very much mainstream.
Thank you. John, you wanted to say something also.
Yeah, maybe just to build on what he just said, from, let's say, the DFI or the investment side of things, we're looking at fintech just beyond a platform for lending or where borrowers just do this. We're looking at it, for instance, from the concept that FinFund just said, that nowadays most of the buyers do not just buy the commodity. They do not just buy the coffee. They do not just buy the cocoa. They also buy the story behind the production practices and where this whole thing came from, so-called traceability. And we see this fintech, the data that they come with becomes very strong to provide that evidence that, yes, I am producing tea, I'm producing cocoa close to a key biodiverse rich area like a forest, a river, but I'm not encroaching inside that forest. So these polygons, these type of things, this type of traceability becomes very important also for decisioning, because that data becomes, as has been discussed, what you can utilize as additional collateral. So you don't need actual collateral. This cash flow, this history already provides this. So this is how we see it moving forward, and that enables the scalability so that we can be able to do the so-called transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to add something on any?
Yeah, sure. So for us, very, very much similar to World Bank in a way that we see it as a, I would say business as usual almost nowadays. So for us, one of the priority sectors that we focus on is what we call digital infrastructure and solution, which is a bit of a tongue twister, but basically means digital infrastructure and then all the techie stuff. So fintechs, agtechs, e-commerce, cross-border payments and so forth. And those we've been doing for at least, since 2012 or so. So fintech, I see it will help, and it has already disrupted a lot of the traditional financial markets. The banks will still remain, but I think the fintechs really come to play when making the smaller lending and the lending to the micro enterprises and so forth. In the ag value chain, I see you have the financing side. So the tech provides you a solution in how to get the financing in place using M-Pesa accounts or the MNO's usage data. You can build a credit score for non-typical non-banking customers. Then you can use the tech to better forecast, the requirement for inputs for agro vets and so forth, where it comes to play. And then of course the route to market, which I think is still under cracking a bit. We've made a number of investment in different e-commerce players who try to kind of, get rid of the middlemen and get more closely from the, from farm to the plate. But because of many logistics and cost challenges, scaling that up to a level where it actually makes financial sense for the companies is quite challenging. I think we'll get there, but I think there will be a lot of consolidation happening between different e-commerce players, and we then probably have one or two big ones or then some very specialized niche players in certain sectors. But I think it's coming anyhow.
Thank you. Silvia.
Yeah, so for us, we also have a sector for digitalization, and we see this as transformative in a positive way. Like it's complementing what is happening, a similar situation to what my colleagues have said, especially in agriculture. It plays a complementary role, so then it's a transformation in a complementary way, and the issues to do with, especially now, most of I would use an example for this setup, restorative activities. You'd find most of these companies are investing in coffee, they're investing in tea, And especially now that we are going to face the EUDR cutoff, we need traceability, and we need issues to do with traceability and data, which is going to be a very big issue for the companies to meet or to be compliant with some of the regulations. So we see that as them coming in to play a very complementary role, especially in the restorative sector and in agriculture.
Thank you. There was behind you. There was one question, and then you were next. So maybe you first, please. Sorry, I don't remember your name. We have
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Geoffrey from Aseli, Africa. Yes, so thanks again for the insightful panel discussion. Now, my question is around one of the constraints that John alluded to is the capacity to absorb the large ticket sizes. So my question is, as you deploy your debt in terms of financing, do you have a technical assistance component so that ultimately these entities that you target for financing are able to scale up and have the capacity to grow? That's number one. Number two, in terms of your pipeline generation, how do you go about that so that then ultimately you're able to get these entities that are involved in a lot of restorative practices? Thank you.
Maybe we will take. You remember this question now. Let's have the second, so we can maybe.
My name is Komen Shule. I'm talking on behalf of the youth and community members from Elgeyo Marakwet and Baringo. I direct this question to WRI. On 5th September 2022, you came to Elgeyo Marakwet before you gave us the proposal on the call for proposal. Maybe I could ask you that, since for this case of Kerio Valley restoration component, what could be the strategies that you've adopted to make sure that most of the organizations can sail or can make through in the proposal writing, so that at least the restoration can be done by a wider component? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take that latter question first, and then the rest can ask, please?
Yeah, maybe I can start with that last one. And thanks for the question. Yeah, I do even remember coming to Elgeyo Marakwet, and I think that's a key challenge that we face in that. Like I said, especially when it comes to the non-profit end, there's a lot of, pipeline. But again, the funds are also limited, right? So it's also a delicate balance in, the outreach, the number of people who are aware of an opportunity, vis-a-vis the number of people who can actually get funded. But what I like with what you've mentioned is the awareness that the constraint that usually exists now is in the capacity when it comes to, more specifically, like the proposal writing. I know one thing which is also related to the first question that was asked about the TA or capacity. A lot of focus on the TA was more on and this was also mentioned yesterday. It's usually a generic kind of program, pitch deck and so on and so forth. But we also realize that there's a key gap when it comes to proposal writing. One other thing that we realized is that a lot of the times, and this from experience vetting some of these applications, there is a mismatch. You see, a lot of the times the people who are able to submit very good proposals are not very good on the ground implementation, and those who are not good at proposal writing actually have great impact on the ground. So one of the things, and this also relates to the second question on pipeline, how we've gone about it the last two rounds has been, through an open call for proposal, which, expression of interest, and you go to the full proposal and interviews and so on and so forth. But through that process, we also realized that we have a lot of non-profits and for-profits that are already in our database who have applied in the last two times, the last two funding rounds. So what we've decided for this upcoming cycle is that rather than going through a big open call for proposals, that we're going to prioritize some of the people who applied in the past and did not succeed, and combining that to give it a higher chance of success, rather than leaving the onus or the initiative for submitting the application to the organization. This time round, we would like to do it through a process of co-creation, right? Because I think that it's an experiment we are trying, but I think combining the fact that we'll be targeting people who have applied in the past and did not succeed, and we are co-creating, we think that will give better chances. So that's what we are trying to address there. But that said, there's always limits to the amount of money we can deploy in a particular funding round. So another decision that we've made is for those who will not be able to succeed on the funding side of things, all is not lost, because now you'll be enrolled in our capacity building and TA program, and we've got some here who lead our work on the continent on the TA end. So that's how we are looking at it. But yeah, we are very well aware of the challenge that exists there.
Okay, I think that then we had Jeffrey's questions, and maybe Sylvia, you can start, please.
Yeah. So probably I can just share an example of, it is not in Kenya though, it's in West Africa, in Ivory Coast. We have a project targeting specifically youth on cocoa and forest restoration. So we have a TA, the project is targeting, it's a loan, it's a 100 million loan to a bank in Ivory Coast, specifically targeting the cocoa value chain. But then because of the challenges that we had mentioned earlier, the lack of bankable projects or pipeline generation, and also the regulatory aspects. So we have a TA, but the TA is not only going to the financial institution, the TA is also just supporting the financial institution to develop projects or to develop products that specifically address the unique needs of the value chain, and especially the youth. And then there is also the same TA also has a component now to the final beneficiaries, supporting the final beneficiaries to be able to develop business plans that would be bankable. And at the same time, also not just creating awareness, but also supporting the final beneficiaries to meet the regulatory requirements if they have, because of the cutoff date for the EUDR, and other sustainability requirements within restorative activities. That's an example that I can share for EIB.
Thank you. I can see that we have spent almost 1 hour now. Can I still take like a final question and one round more? Do we have still time? No. We don't have. Okay. So we have to stop here, or can we have one round? No. Okay. Okay. I just want to thank you very much. I mean, it has been really a pleasure. I think that what I wanted to ask you, but I'm saying it. But let us see that we can discuss in the afternoon. Is that we would really like to know your views and kind of feedback to this Africa 100 program, and maybe beyond. What can we do? I mean, what can we do, especially to build up these pipelines? Of course, we are doing already something, but I mean, we hear all the time that there are no pipelines. I mean, there are no bankable projects. It's so difficult. So maybe this is something. Think about it. But otherwise, I want to thank you very much, and very active audience. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. So we thank Petri and all the panelists really for those insights, input that you provided. So we're going to have one more panel before we go for lunch. for about 45 minutes or so. This will be moderated by Sam. So I'm going to give Sam the mic to call his panelists to the podium for that session.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a quick exercise so that we can stretch. Stand up, if you don't mind. You know, when you're given the mic, you also get the power. So, you know, I can also order a whole deputy governor to stand up and stretch. Madam Deputy Governor, karibu. So let's stretch our hands like this. Let's call the rain. Let's call the rain. How many of you have been to Kerio Valley? If you've been to Kerio Valley, put your hands down. If you've been to Kerio Valley, put your hands down. So it's kind of like almost 60-50. Okay, let's hands up again. Call the rain. Now visualize yourself on top, the highest point of Kerio Valley. And then you try and grab something from the valley. No, basically no folding. Basically your legs should be straight. Great. All right, you can sit down. I can see guys who've not stretched for the last 3 years. Great. So thank you very much. That was a good session, Petri. So basically now, the next session we're going to have basically actors working directly with enterprises, either directly or indirectly. And the first one to come to stage, I'm going to request Rebecca, who's the CEO for MEST, to come on stage. And you can have a seat there. And the second person I'm going to call is Sharon, Country Director, Aseli Kenya, Africa Kenya office. I think we're missing. Do you have any representative from APSA? Are they here? Oh, great. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. Representing Simon Kinuthia. I'm sure you'll tell us your name so that you can probably change that. Oh, it's actually that. Daniel. Yes, great. And then there's a special guest joining us virtually, and that is Mark from Rabo, smallholder finance fund. I don't know how do you get to see him. Yeah, so that will be. So basically, as you can see, we don't have a lot of time. So I think we have about 40 minutes to go. So I know I had prepared them and advised them that we're going to give them 5 minutes to introduce themselves and run us through their presentation. So we're going to use a blended approach. In the spirit of blended, we're going to have them present, okay, and then we have sort of like a panel discussion, and then I'm not going to wait until the end to give you an opportunity to ask questions. So we're going to be interchanging. I'm going to ask a question and then give the audience an opportunity to ask a question. Okay? Great. Thank you, Mark, for joining. Can you hear us? I think you're on mute or something. Is he on mute? Or have you put it? Yeah?
I'll say something again. Are you able to hear me?
Great, perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Great. So thank you very much for joining us. So we're basically going to start with you to give us your just a quick introduction of yourself, what you do, whom you're representing, and then just run us through your presentation. Basically, I hope you can manage to do that in 5, at most 7 minutes. Will you manage? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm afraid to speak for the echo, but I think you can all hear me. It's only that I see myself a lot of times in a sort of matrix.
Great. Yeah, so basically we'll just do that. You can introduce yourself, run us through your presentation, and then we'll go to the next person that way, and then go into sort of like Q&A. Over to you.
Okay, perfect. Well, I must admit I have a fear of missing out now, seeing you all in the room, seeing some familiar faces, but I'll try to run you through what we're trying to do at Smallholder Agroforestry Finance, or SOF, in 5 minutes. And I'm Mark. I'm an investment manager in the team. So we are set up, and I'm not sure if you now see slides because I only see the Teams or the Zoom environment, but we are set up by Rabobank to scale up Rabobank's Acorn initiative. So let me first spend a minute on Rabobank Acorn. It's been around for about 5 years now, and what they do is they help smallholder farmers transition to agroforestry by using the carbon markets. So through local implementing partners like Restorative or Cereal Growers Association in Kenya, for example, they train farmers and they help them with access to seedlings, all required to move from often monoculture to agroforestry. And then Acorn has the technical capability and also the knowledge to use, amongst others, remote sensing, so satellite data, to monitor the tree growth, the growth in biomass, and significantly reduce the costs required to do so. They then quantify that and sell these captured CO2 as carbon credits to corporate off-takers who have already reduced emissions in their own value chain. And I think what's unique about Acorn is that the majority of that revenue flows to the farmer. So 70% flows to the farmer, and 15% to the local implementing partner, and 15% to Acorn to cover part of the costs and run the platform. And to date, over 450,000 farmers have been onboarded to the platform, and over 330,000 carbon removal units, as we call them, have been sold in the voluntary carbon market. Now, even though they achieved this scale, it was often largely dependent on grants, and that's where SOF comes in. So we've been set up as a blended finance fund with support from different DFIs and also commercial lenders, including Rabobank. We are not yet live, so we're still working towards go live in 2026. And I think that's also one of the questions you asked us to address, is the challenges. It is working in a changing market, that is the voluntary carbon market, with an innovative initiative and with financiers who are also getting used to the carbon market. So bringing that all together has been quite a challenge. Now, when we are live, what we will do is we'll provide a special kind of instrument, and I think that's worth highlighting. It's called a non-recourse carbon loan, and it is a loan used to finance the input costs, but it will only be repaid from a percentage of the future carbon credit income. Not all the income, leaving an incentive for the farmers, but using about 40% to repay the investment. And if something goes wrong with the voluntary carbon market, or if there are adverse events, the farmers will not be required to give up land or to submit other collateral. So we're really using the carbon markets as a way to finance the agroforestry. And I don't see anything anymore in the room in Nairobi, but since I only have a few minutes, I think that is really at the core of what we're doing. You also asked us to spend a moment on the opportunities that we see, and we actually see this type of instrument, which sits somewhere between a grant and a traditional loan, as a new way to move the climate finance money that's available to projects that generate both value for smaller farmers as well as reduce CO2 and therefore contribute to the fight against climate change. I'll stop there in the hope that it made it to Nairobi.
Yes, Mark, thank you very much. We've gotten your presentation. So I think we'll move to the next question. So I hope you've noted down the questions that you have. I'm sure I can see Marco lighting up. He has probably a couple of questions there. So we'll be coming back to you. I think then we will move next to MEST, Rebecca, presentation. If you can bring it up for MEST.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Rebecca Amhoye. I'm the CEO for Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust, a development organization that works with smallholder farmers in increasing their agricultural productivity, but also transitioning them from conventional farming to regenerative agriculture. Our organization has two basic departments through which we interact with smallholder farmers. So we have direct interaction with farmers, but we also have what we call wholesale lending. We have a department of credit where we provide wholesale loans to smallholder farmers through SACCOs, MFIs, and farmer cooperatives. So our wholesale lending side of things is where we work directly with SACCOs and we provide them with tickets of between 50 million to 300 million Kenya shillings. And we walk the journey with them in terms of ensuring that they're able to develop appropriate financing products for smallholder farmers in agricultural value chains, different agricultural value chains. We've been focusing on horticulture, dairy, poultry, moringa, coconut, cassava, quite a range of different agricultural value chains, avocado, mango. So we work with them to make sure that they have appropriate financial products that they can be able to deliver credit to the end users who are the smallholder farmers. And then we also work with them in ensuring that they're able to, so we work in 26 counties. We have 4 field offices, and our business model is around ensuring that smallholder farmers have access to financing, to markets, both local and international. They are able to adopt to green technologies and green practices, and that they're able to increase their agricultural productivity in a more sustainable manner. Our vision is basically to build prosperous societies, and our main work is around business development services and financial services for smallholder farmers. You can see below our business model, it's an inverted model where we work directly with smallholder farmers, ensure they have access to sustainable markets, but also they have access to financing for them to invest in their different agricultural value chains. I'll focus more on our financial inclusion work that we currently are implementing through our credit function, where we are working towards ensuring sustainable financial investments for MSMEs in Kenya. And we identified 3 outcome areas that we have been focusing on. We've been focusing on increasing access to agri-financing for financial institutions, mainly SACCOs and MFIs, working with them to make sure that they're able to increase their agricultural portfolio, because most of them were way below 5%. So working with them to make sure that they have sufficient capability to increase their agricultural portfolio, and also increasing access and utilization of financial services, and ensuring that they have access to knowledge and information on an appropriate financial information. So the purpose of our credit is mainly twofold. We do facilitate direct lending to SMEs or farmer cooperatives, where we provide working capital, productive assets, green investments, and we provide loans with between 8 to 10% on reducing balance, and the payment period is between 12 to 48 months. On the financial service providers side, where we provide wholesale loans, we provide money for working capital, productive assets, and we do this by 6% on reducing balance with a negotiated interest rate to the end user for 10%. The whole idea around here is to make sure that more smallholder farmers are able to access credit and also marginalized micro and small businesses. I'll just share a few examples of what we've done in restorative land use management activities. I wasn't able to put together a large activity, but we have we've been promoting hybrid coconut, the uptake of hybrid coconut in Kenya, basically trying to transform the coconut orchards at the coastal region and renewing them because most of the trees are quite old and very low in yields. So we've been promoting hybrid coconut. It's a partnership between MESPT and CALRO together with a number of private sector players at the coast, where we have been working together to catalyze the implementation of hybrid coconut. So our role in this particular process was to, of course, create awareness and also work very closely with KEFIS to facilitate the importation, but also work with CALRO to ensure they are able to begin to undertake research for us to be able to develop our own hybrid seeds, and also working with private sector for them to import hybrid coconut from India so that they can be able to appreciate the quick maturity and the high yields that come with hybrid coconut. That was particularly blended, so it was a grant where we used to facilitate the process, but the private sector, private companies came in to actually do the actual importation. We also have worked with an SME in Trans Nzoia. We work with a number of SMEs, but this is an example of an SME in Trans Nzoia. It's a company that has received 15 million in credit financing, where they've established an avocado nursery, and they also procured equipment for avocado oil processing. Basically, our role with this particular SME has been to promote uptake of avocado growing in North Rift, so basically working with rural community farmers in North Rift, that is Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and Bungoma counties. And the biggest challenge at that time was the seed system. So working with a reliable SME to be able to establish an appropriate seed system where farmers can easily access grafted, certified avocado seedlings for their investment in the avocado value chain. So that's a credit that is being well serviced, and the activity is ongoing well. We have also financed another SME in Bungoma, 11 million Kenya shillings credit, where they invested in a greenhouse for their nursery to be able to, again, to produce grafted avocado seedlings, the Hass type, but also to harden the tissue culture bananas for growing in that region. The credit is being serviced and with a few challenges, but it's working well, sorry. The other investments that we've made is in Trans Nzoia, where we worked with an SME to be able to, this was a loan to help revive a business, an aquaculture business that had collapsed due to the drought that happened, I think, 3 years ago, and all the water that this particular entrepreneur had dried up. So the company approached us for a loan to be able to construct a water pan and also to drill a borehole and to revive the aquaculture, the fingerling business. So we provided 33 million in credit where all those facilities were done and the revival of the hatchery. And now the business is up and running, and they've begun to service the loans. I think it has hung. But basically, basically the characteristics of all these activities is that the products are really tailored. Most of those, like for example, most of those loans that we gave a grace period of between 12 to 18 months. So quite flexible and very patient. For this particular one, it's a water where we have worked with a community in Machakos County. It stretches along a river over 5 kilometers, and we are working with a community of about 250 households to be able to rehabilitate the river and also utilize the water for irrigation for export vegetables. We are doing this in partnership with a private company in Machakos that is off-taking the export vegetables. But the work of the communities is to make sure that they rehabilitate the ecosystem, but also ensure that whatever pumping facilities or equipment they buy are sustainable equipment. So partnership with companies like Davies and Shatcliffe to make sure that they have access to solar-powered pumping systems to facilitate irrigation, but also utilize water use efficiency systems like drip irrigation in utilizing the water. So basically, with regard to challenges, of course, we face a lot of challenges because wholesale financing, we have challenges in accessing capital. As I mentioned, we are not a private company. We are not regulated. We are a development organization. So we work very, very closely with SACCOs, MFIs, and cooperatives to make sure that they have appropriate capabilities to deliver credit to the end users. So given the fact that we are not regulated, it becomes very difficult for us to access commercial financing. There's also a lack of risk mitigation instruments, or inadequate or limited. So things to do with insurance and guarantees, very, very limited. And organizations like us that interface directly with the smallholder farmers, it becomes very difficult to share risk in circumstances where we are unable to access, or rather to finance or provide guarantees to these financial organizations that we work with. Also, there's a high loan default rate, risk, especially by the smallholder farmers, due to the unpredictable cash flow that is directly experienced by the SACCOs that we work with. Also, constraints around seasonal liquidity, capacity challenges of these financial institutions. I think you've been reading in the papers some of the challenges that have been affecting the SACCOs, and therefore we have to work very closely with them to strengthen their governance and internal controls to make sure that they're able to lend as appropriate. Opportunities or solutions, really looking into blended financing, anchoring
I think
partnerships.
we will, sorry to cut you short, we'll come to the solutions.
Yes.
Because during the Q&A session, so maybe just hold your thought on that one, so that we give someone an opportunity, but we'll come back to you on that one.
No problem.
Yeah, the
Thank
challenges
you.
and the solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next one will be ABSA. If you had planned to spend 7 minutes, maybe we try and do in 5. If something has already been mentioned, maybe just high level, but really just giving us the gist about your sustainable finance initiatives at ABSA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's a lot of work that you're doing. I don't know whether we clapped for you, but I felt you deserved a clap. Yeah, my name is Daniel Munyambu, working with ABSA Bank Kenya PLC, but also having a look at Uganda and Tanzania from an agribusiness perspective. I'm the specialist there. I don't know whether my presentation made it. If it didn't, not a problem. I don't intend to dwell too much into it, just to do a high focus of who we are. We are a fully fledged financial institution regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. I see the write-up, we are being called local financial institutions. We are a Pan-African bank with a Pan-African outreach. And within the bank, we have an agribusiness division that is fully equipped to serve this economy. We are not one of the bigger players in that space, but we control about 11% market share, which is quite significant. And we're looking to continue to grow that space. Our approach is based on about 3 pillars, similar to what you did mention. It's good to see that the industry is moving to a certain direction of saying, in agric, we are a smallholder arrangement. We cannot move away from it. We just have to find local solutions to the problems that we have, including the restorative ones. So our pillars are 4, access to information being a key one, because it influences the decisions that we make and also on how we're able to support the spaces that we play in. Access to mentorship and coaching, basically ensuring that we pass on the good practices, best practices around, and ensuring that we carry everybody with us. Access to markets. When Kege was here, he said, at the end of the day, the transactions that we do have to have a financial flow for them to be sustained. And finally, access to sustainable finance. Sustainable finance. Finance that ensures that you still come back to me tomorrow, one that grows, and that one that is aligned to our purpose of empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. That's a commercial license I hold, and I see my regulator is in the room, so I have to be very careful of, of what I say. But because of the conversations that we're having and what was said in the panel earlier, you would realize that a financial institution like ours is not the best placed for flow of credit into restorative initiatives, because the ability to meet commerciality sometimes is not very high, the size of it and the ability to distribute. So we went ahead and got an approval to set up a foundation where most of the activities that we intend to do in that space will be domiciled. So we have a foundation, that also has 4 pillars: entrepreneurship, education and skills, health, and humanitarian. But the one that is relevant to us today is on natural resource management. So among the things that we've been able to do there, and in fulfillment of our commitment of nurturing, growing and nurturing 10 million trees by the year 2032, is to work with our customers. So we do take cognizance that out of our commercial banking activities, we do work with players that have roles that they play in the restorative conversations. And with that, we continuously embed green financing elements into the data, into the lending that we do into that space, not just for the agri side, but also on the other aspects of our business. It's now a requirement of a regulator that we also do that. So in a nutshell, that's who we are, and that's how we approach this space. Here to learn, and also to look out for partners. I note that we have some active partnerships that we've working with the Eco Business Fund that was here earlier, our partners, and help us take that journey further, but open to have conversations with potential partners that can take this conversation forward, both for our commercial license, our commercial banking space, and also for our foundation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Daniel, for the succinct presentation. We'll go to our last presentation by Sharon, the country director for ASELI Africa, Kenya. If you can have a presentation up. Maybe, again, if it can be 5 minutes, then we open it up to questions. We remain with about 15 minutes of questions. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll be very quick. Yeah, thank you. My name is Sharon Mosi, and I work with ASELI Africa as the country director for Kenya, and I also coordinate, that's not me, I also coordinate policy work across the countries that we work in. So ASELI, so who is ASELI? ASELI is a market catalyst. We call ourselves a market catalyst because we work with the lending institutions. We don't lend directly. We work with lending institutions, and these are commercial banks, non-banking institutions, impact investors, and increasingly SACCOs. So we just onboarded 3 SACCOs, 2 in Kenya, and 1 in Uganda. So our work really is to provide incentives for lending institutions to lend to high impact agricultural SMEs. So the key impact areas that we look at is, first of all, food and nutrition security. The other impact area we look at is climate and environment, where nature-based financing, or what we're talking today, falls under. We also look at youth inclusion and gender inclusion. So I just talked about who we are. As I said, we are a market catalyst. And one of the things that we pride ourselves in is we are very much data-driven. So our models was developed from data from 35 lenders across 4 countries in East Africa: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. And from that model is we designed 2 key products, which is complemented by others, which I'll talk about. We very much want to see a pluralistic market, so we operate at market level, and we also very much impact aligned, as I said. So why do we operate under agriculture? Agriculture, SME lending, from our data, we see that the risk is higher, but the return is low compared to other sectors, and most also the returns compared to government bonds, for example, right? So if you look at the yield from agri-SME loan, it's about 3.5%, again, based on our data. Last year, we collected data from right now we work about 45 lenders, and we collected about 60,000 loans data, and average profitability for those loans is about 3.5%. And in Kenya, when you compare with the yield from government bonds at 16.2%, it makes sense that lending in Kenya to the agriculture sector is below 5%, because it doesn't, the economics of lending to agriculture doesn't make sense to commercial banks, for example. So the 2 key products that I just talked about, the first one is the portfolio fast loss cover. Okay, let's see. No. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go back, sorry. So, I was just talking about the 2 key products. So the first one is the portfolio fast loss cover, which really is to help our lending partners to increase lending risk appetite to the sector. And the other one is the origination incentive, which is aimed at deferring the transactional costs. So we also know that originating and administering an agricultural loan, especially at production level and even agroforestry, a loan officer, I'm glad I can see some of our partners in the room, would want to visit the forest that they are trying to finance, isn't it? So that is additional cost as opposed to monitoring a trade loan, which is domiciled in a city. So we understand that, and we provide origination incentives, so it's just a small grant. And this is layered with what we're calling impact bonuses. So if any of these loans meet this gender inclusion, youth inclusion, food and nutrition security, and climate and environment, that's the last one, which part of our definition of climate and environment is really regenerative practices, which includes reforestation or land restoration activities. So this is really falls squarely to what the project AFR 100 is trying to do. And we give incentives, both the de-risking and the origination incentive, to banks to deploy capital to those specific sectors. So the best incentive on the portfolio fast loss cover is between 2 and 9% of the loan amount, which is earned. So it's performance-based. We don't give a blind guarantee. You have to demonstrate that you've actually deployed that loan for that loan to earn that incentive, which for regulated lenders, it's kept at a reserve account within the bank. So for banks, it's very attractive because it's sort of like building liability on USD liability. And if a loan within that portfolio goes bad, so the cover is at portfolio level, but it's earned at individual loan level. Origination incentive is for loans under $500,000. So we also know from our data that loans under $500,000 is not as profitable as loans from $500,000 going up. So our origination incentive sort of maxes out at about $300,000, and then the graph starts coming down. The higher the loan amount, the lower the origination incentive. So the base incentive is for portfolio fast loss cover is 2 to 6% based on different parameters, which I'll not go into right now, and impact another 3% is layered on top of that, if depending on what impact areas that loan meets. So I said we are really much operate at market level, so we want to see a market where more players are lending to the sector, and we know the different needs of the sector, which is agriculture, including agroforestry, are diverse, and not one player can meet. So in Kenya, we are working with those lenders. We have 8 commercial banks and 2 non-banking institutions. In Rwanda, we are working with those lenders, BRD, Bank of Kigali, Equity. So Equity we are working with Equity across the different countries, as you can see. So these are the lenders that we're working with, including multi-country lenders, which in this case is impact investors. So you can see that in Zambia. So we work in 5 countries, as you can see here. So 4 East African countries and 1 South African country. So how much have we mobilized so far? So we've mobilized about, as of today actually, because I get the data, we get update, it's about 320 million capital mobilized, and 62% is to first-time borrowers and smallholder farmers and workers. So SMEs that we've financed, working with at least, as of today, it's about 1.6 million smallholder farmers and employees, and our leverage ratio is averaging 10x. So for every $1 we deploy in incentives, it is unlocking $10. So we feel like that's something. So I won't go into this very quickly, but what we are seeing is this was an example on a landscape in Tanzania, where the lending really unlocked lending to that geography, whereas without our incentive, the lender, the TCB, wouldn't have lent to this value chain. So that's how it works. So thank you. I will leave it at that.
Great. Hand of clap for the so we'll open it up to questions. I don't know, David, how much time are you giving me? Like 15. I think I should probably ask the audience, are the ones who are hungry. Will you allow me 15 minutes? Yes. Some of you guys are giving me like a very funny look. Okay, 15 minutes it is. And I'm going to open up that with a question, starting with Rebecca. One of the things you mentioned is, one of the greatest barriers that you have is limitations around your loan capital for on lending. How do you think, what solutions do you think are available for this? Looking at the room here, looking at the people who are here, of course some of the DFIs have left. I think do we still have some here? We had DFIs here, we had commercial banks here, we had the Market Catalyst and others. Do you see solutions within this room or outside of this room? Maybe just quickly around that, and then I can open it up to first question on that end, so you can get ready with your question.
Yeah, of course, there are opportunities. For us, we have tried to engage in partnerships with like-minded development partners that are buying into the idea of working directly with financial service providers to provide concessional loans for smallholder farmers, and really building the capacities of financial service providers to be able to better understand different agricultural value chains, to be able to, develop appropriate financial products. So yes, there are opportunities, especially for funded programs like these ones, to come in and support that process, I think I see that opportunity, because even for now, the kind of capital we have mobilized over time has been through programs like this, that at the end of the program, then that particular fund is donated to the revolving fund that we have built over time. And now we have a portfolio of about 1.5 billion Kenya shillings, which is still very small, because most of the circles now are seeking for larger tickets because they have unlocked ways to work with smallholder farmers. They are looking at 300 million in loan, but we can only give up to 100 million or 150 million Kenya shillings.
Thank you for that. Any question on this end at this point? Yes, please. Okay. Do you want to get the mic to her, or you? Just there's a mic here. And then after that, you can give it to Marco, and then I'll come back to this side with a question from the online audience.
The question is to Aseli. I wanted to find out: do you lend to social enterprise SMEs that are directly dealing with smallholder farmers instead of going through the intermediary bank? And do you also follow up with the banks to see that they're the onward lending to these SMEs? Because I've been in the market. We've been in the market with one of the social enterprises trying to get lending to the smallholder farmers, and it's been quite challenging. So, yeah, just checking on that.
Okay, so thank you for that question. Let me clarify. We don't lend directly. We de-risk, so we give a guarantee to the lender to lend. So we don't deploy the capital. We sort of catalyze the capital that the lender has to lend to specific SMEs, so be it social or otherwise, but they have to meet the impact criteria. Yeah.
Yeah, so for SME lending, you would have to speak to MESPS here and ABSA, so be sure to engage them after this. Marco, as the mic comes to you, I'd also like you to answer this question. I think it's for you from the audience. I think it's Edmond Clark from Madagascar, and he's asking, we are developing payments for ecosystem services in Madagascar as a sustainable financing mechanism. What is the role of this mechanism within blended finance? If you have any response around that, or Petri, as you ask your question as well.
Okay, great. So I will ask my questions and then I answer that. Since we have Mark here from Rabo, my question is that I understand the business model there is based on the sale of carbon credits to foster investments in agroforestry. So I was curious to learn more about how, of course, you assess the carbon potential of farmers planting trees on their farms, but how do you assess their commercial viability, let's say more on the market outlook for their products? I understand the carbon is supposed to complement the business side, so I was curious about that. To the panelists here, I was curious to know how does this carbon market fits into your, whether there is any consideration of farmers possibly benefiting from the sale of environmental services as you assess, let's say, the creditworthiness or the interest of the applicants. And to the Madagascar colleague, welcome. I'm very happy to know that some Madagascar is following this. Obviously, payment for ecosystem services, we have some experience as a standalone, let's say, a mechanism to support all sorts of restoration and conservation activities. Within this context, I think that it's very attractive for farmers to look at multiple revenue sources. So, of course, they have perhaps a sale from their farms, their agroforestry practices, and when you can demonstrate that your practices are also providing environmental services, whether it is carbon sequestration, water regulation, perhaps contributing to the maintenance of biodiversity in the area, improving pollination services, whatever, to the extent that this can be quantified and you could find a potential buyer for these services, I think that would be excellent. It would diversify your source of revenues and make your business even a bit more resilient and more diversified. So, stop here.
So maybe I can add to this payment for ecosystem services that we have already examples. They are probably kind of larger in scale, but I would say that they are still medium-sized companies who are working in some landscapes where they are combining commercial revenues and restoration, and then actually attached to carbon markets, and actually they are applying some blended finance vehicles. So we should identify also in the region from other countries, even they are larger at scale, how they are doing it, how it's working. So learning from that. Over.
Thank you. So I'm going to introduce another question it's very specific to you, Rebecca, targeted at you. So you can respond to that. And then, that's a question that is there. I think you can just read it. And then Mark will talk about respond to the question that Marco has asked. And then Daniel, you can respond to the question around carbon, whether you consider that. So, Rebecca, I think you can see the question. Do you want to respond to that? And then Mark can come in after you, and then Daniel.
Yeah.
As we also try and close.
Well, I wouldn't say they're counterproductive because for us, I think we have to look at how to reduce the strain on the natural resources. So if we don't provide alternative livelihood options for the smallholder farmers to be able to secure their food and nutrition security, then it means even for what we are trying to work towards in terms of land restoration and forestry will be jeopardized because these particular households have no access to food. So I think it's a balanced perspective, if you ask me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So it's a question of either or, and again, it's also contextualized. Mark, do you want to come in with your response on the business model question by Marco?
Yeah, no, sure. Thanks, Marco. And that's a very relevant question for us as well. So our starting point is always the farmer and agroforestry, and then the carbon is more a means to an end to make that possible. So when we assess a project, we look at the farmer's business case and then the carbon business case, so how much biomass is sequestered and what are the costs. And it's always a trade-off between the type of species, for example, you choose to plant additionally on a farm. There's an Acorn framework, a methodology that has been approved by Plan Vivo Foundation, in which that balancing act is also written down. So we cannot just simply plant high carbon sequestering trees because that would not be in the benefit of the farmer. Now, you also specifically asked the market access, because you could add fruit trees or other like nut bearing trees. But I saw last year when I visited one of the project partners in Embu that the avocados were rotting on the grounds. So that's why we often also add a market linkages aspect to it. We have a technical assistance facility that can add to the sort of capacity building aspects, because it would be a waste to have a beautiful agroforestry implemented, but then not benefit from the new alternative income streams. But it should be said that all the benefits from that income stream, so increasing yields or new fruits and vegetables, are for the farmers. So they are not used to repay our loans. It's really only the carbon that we use. Hope that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what I'm hearing from you also building up from Rebecca's comment, is context matters. Because you really have to start with the farmers at where they are, from a livelihood perspective as well. You're muted, Mark.
Active or in Colombia. So that adds to the complexity to make a fitting agroforestry design and the local linkages. Yeah, it's not an easy challenge.
Thank you. To you, Daniel, on the issue of carbon credits, whether you do consider the same. And I know there are a lot of questions, so unfortunately we'll have to close after this question. We have an opportunity to interact directly over lunch, so we'll take that conversation over there. All right?
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. And maybe as I come to the carbon question, the lady didn't give us her name, but we'd be more than glad to see how we can support you on the SME journey. We are here to see how we can partner and collaborate. Good question on carbon. First, I'll start with our experiences. Yeah. The way we got into the carbon conversation was quite interesting. We saw some dollars flowing in, and then we started following the dollars. Then we realized they were from carbon. And then we said, okay, if we are getting this, how much more of it is out there that is not coming to us? So that's how we went back as a bank and said, can we start developing a strategy and a policy to bring that carbon conversation into place? So we have about 4 ecosystems.
What type of client was that?
They are in rangelands and doing conservations. And then the other client that came to us was setting up a forest in Kibwezi. And part of the loan appraisal process, they give us futuristic cash flows on what they could get out of that carbon. And now more and more we're getting into that conversation, including agroforestry. The challenge there is the information piece, because there would be beneficiaries of carbon out of the activities that they're doing. They're not focusing on that, but focusing on the revenues that are generated either by the fruit or the nut that is there, completely losing out on potential carbon revenues that would be flowing to us.
Are you just receiving the dollars? Are you using that carbon credit, the revenues, as part of the financing? Are you incorporating that in the cash flow analysis?
Yes. And in one case, the one I was highlighting for somebody who was setting up a forest in Kibwezi, part of their loan application pack was based on futuristic cash flows that would come from carbon credits rather than harvesting the trees as and when they become mature, and it was a consideration for us to grant a facility.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting conversation to follow up on and just learn more about the same. But I want to close this. The final question, I think, Marco, you can engage direct with Edmund. He's done a follow-up question around how we can seize the opportunity within this working group to secure funding for the development of PES mechanism in Madagascar. I think we'll try and do that direct engagement so that we can save on time. So I'll close it here so that the energy levels don't go down, and then some of you guys, wait for me at the gate there when we're leaving, and Great. So thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you very much, Sharon, Daniel, Mark. Thank you for your flexibility and being able to join us. Wish you well. Unfortunately, not here to join us for
that I'm
lunch.
missing the lunch now, but enjoy. I think it's
yes,
high time.
Great. Looking forward to meeting you when you're in Nairobi. Let's give these guys a hand clap.
So thank you very much as well, Sam. I think now we have a lunch break, around 45 minutes. And I think as we have this lunch and thinking about some questions that came through already, we would be getting ourselves ready for the afternoon session, which is concrete options to scale up the engagement of local finance institutions in supporting restoration or forestry or agroforestry business initiatives. So really here we want to on that session to think really what are those concrete next steps. I think also Petri had that question when he was winding up his panel. But I think we keep that at the back of our minds as we enjoy the lunch. So enjoy the lunch, and we meet at around 2:30 there. Yeah, thank you. So the lunch is served where we took the tea downstairs. Yeah.